Chapter 476. The heart-cleansing body song was able to pull Di Shitian back from his sorrowful state of mind. It allowed him to remain calm and drive away all the desires in his heart. It allowed his mind to always be in the best state, comfortable and beautiful. One could imagine that this song was called a celestial song for a reason. The Thousand Beasts sect's first step in taming beasts was to select the strongest of each race. The method of selection was to throw them all into the realm of beasts and use a unique pill, drowning powder, drowning their minds and causing them to lose all reason, leaving them with only the most primitive of beasts. Thus, killing became second nature to them. They would constantly kill, just like wild beasts. Once the strongest of them were selected, they would use another pill, heart-cleansing powder. After removing the effects of the drowning powder, the beasts would return to normal. At that time, they would either be sold to other cultivators or used by the sect's disciples to select their natal spirit beasts. This method could be said to be cruel. After thousands of years, the number of spirit beasts buried in the realm of beasts could no longer be counted. The drowning powder was indeed a unique pill of the Thousand Beasts sect. Apart from them, almost no one else had a way to recover from the effects of the drowning powder. This made it so that even if there were spirit beasts in front of them, not many cultivators would try to capture them. If they were captured, they wouldn't be spirit beasts, but ferocious beasts. If they couldn't help themselves, they would attack any living thing around them. The Thousand Beasts sect was simply not afraid of anyone stealing ferocious beasts from the realm of beasts. However, although the drowning powder was powerful, Di Shitian's heart-cleansing body song was its greatest nemesis. Along with Sakra's 10 fingers plucking on the zither strings like moving clouds and flowing water, the clear and serene zither music flowed out like a small spring. Within that clear and melodious zither music, there was a magical power. Wherever the sound of the zither went, all the other noises disappeared. The wind stopped, and the leaves in the forest seemed to echo softly. The air was filled with a sense of tranquility. Under this atmosphere, no one could arouse any other thoughts. All their desires were washed away by the sound of the zither. What kind of song is this? How does he know how to play the guqin? I feel like my mind has calmed down by the music. Chu Yun was immersed in the sound of the zither. When she came back to her senses, she realized that her mind was unprecedentedly calm. It was as if her soul had been cleansed by the sound of the zither. It seemed to be even more perfect and bright. Looking at Di Shitian, who was sitting on the throne, a look of astonishment flashed in his heart. She didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but she felt an even thicker aura of an emperor than her father's. It wasn't just her. In the outpost, in the 10,000 Beast sect, there were more than 1 million cultivators. All of them stared at Di Shitian with wide eyes and open mouths. Listening to the sound of the zither, there was an indescribable feeling. However, Di Shitian's heart-cleansing body song was not played for those cultivators, but for the countless beasts and birds in the surroundings who had lost their minds. The magical power that belonged to the heart-cleansing body song silently sprinkled into their hearts. The blood-red color in their eyes dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. This dissipation was not temporary, but was washed away and tempered by the sound of the zither bit by bit. Their lost minds began to slowly recover under the sound of the zither. The sound of the zither moved, and the heart-cleansing body song was played over and over again. What was even more terrifying was that in this situation, the 10,000 Beasts sect should have taken action and come out to stop it. However, looking at the situation, the hundreds of thousands of disciples on the 7 peaks of the 10,000 Beasts sect, all of their killing intent disappeared under the sound of the zither. All of them had intoxicated expressions. In this situation, even if they were holding a sword in their hand, it would fall to the ground on the spot. Damn it! All the experts above the tribulation stage in the sect have left. Until now, we can't even bring out a single expert. This won't do. It seems that I can only go to the back of the mountain to ask Uncle Master Li for help. Otherwise, if that demon king continues to cause trouble like this, even the foundation of the 10,000 Beast sect will be shaken. Jiu Yuan Chen saw that the zither music played by Di Shitian actually had such an incredible and magical power. Then, he looked at the disciples in the sect. All of them were immersed in the zither music. If he counted on them, it would be too late. The foundation of the 10,000 Beasts sect was built on the foundation of countless beasts. If Di Shitian really awakened the consciousness of all the beasts, if they counterattacked together, it would really shake the foundation of the sect. A light flashed in his eyes. With a move of his body, he rushed to the back of the mountain. Howl! When the zither music finished playing for the third time, all the blood in the eyes of the tens of thousands of green luon in front of them faded and disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by clarity. It was so clear that people could not help but want to immerse themselves in it. A deep sense of gratitude appeared in their eyes as they looked at Di Shitian. Facing him, they lowered their noble and beautiful heads. Their bodies were brimming with respect. Thank you for saving us, sisters, senior. May I ask for your honorable name? We will remember it in our hearts and pray for you day and night. The green luon woke up and looked at Di Shitian differently. Among these green luon, one of them was even more magical than the others. It was at least twice as big. Obviously, it was the leader of the green luon. It opened its mouth and let out a clear and pleasant voice. This king is Di Shitian. It's also an opportunity for me to save you all. Your Green Luon clan has always been attached to the Phoenix clan. Why were you captured and brought here? Moreover, the number of Green Luon has always been small. There are actually tens of thousands of them here. Could it be that you came from Phoenix Island? Di Shitian pressed his hands on the zither and stopped the music. He raised his eyebrows and asked the Green Luon in front of him in a deep voice. Phoenix Island? When the leader of the Green Luon heard this, her beautiful eyes flashed with yearning. However, she still shook her head and said, Phoenix Island has always been the ancestral land of the Green Luon clan. However, we were not captured and brought here. Our mother was captured by the Thousand Beasts sect. In the end, she gave birth to us. She had already exhausted her vitality and died. When she said this, her eyes flashed with deep hatred. She turned her head and looked at the 7 towering peaks behind her. There was both fear and deep hatred. Your mother. How many elders of your clan were captured back then? 103. 103? How could she give birth to 50 to 60,000 green luon? Even with Di Shitian's mind, he could not help but jump in fright. That was simply a fantasy. Even if they were all female birds, wouldn't that mean that one bird would give birth to thousands of birds? The stronger the clan, the more difficult it was to reproduce. The birth rate of green luon would definitely not be so terrifying. It was that group of bad people who fed our mother a strange river water. After that, our mother's stomach would become pregnant. She gave birth to a lot of eggs. The leader of the green luon nodded vigorously, as if she was afraid that Di Shitian would not believe her, and hurriedly explained. Then do you have a place to go in the future? Di Shitian frowned slightly and secretly remembered those words. What kind of river water could make the green luon continuously give birth to offspring? Thousand Beasts sect, what kind of secrets do you have? No matter what it is, this time I will completely destroy it from its foundation to its entirety. Mother, where are you? Why did my tiger roar not respond? My heart-cleansing body song covers the entire realm of beasts. Even if your mind is bewitched, you should wake up when you hear the music. Why? Mother, could it be that you are no longer in the Thousand Beasts sect? Thoughts spun in his mind anxiously. When the leader of the Green Luon heard Di Shitian's question, she could not help but be slightly taken aback. Revenge, that was a definite thing, but after revenge, where should she go? They were all born here. Although there was a description of the ancestral land in their inherited memories, it had already been destroyed by the Thousand Beasts sect and could not go back. Mother was also no longer here. Where should they go in the future? Looking at the many sisters behind her, she discovered that a confused expression appeared in the eyes of all the green luon. They had been born here. In terms of temperament, they had gone through countless killings and experienced a lot. But in terms of mentality, they were still like little girls who had just grown up. Suddenly facing this problem, they were suddenly at a loss and did not know what to do. The leader of the green luon glanced at the sisters behind her, then looked at the inviolable Di Shitian who was sitting upright on the throne. She suddenly made up her mind and a determined expression appeared in her eyes. Suddenly, she lowered her head to Di Shitian and said, Qing Xia is willing to lead the sisters to follow King to repay King for saving my sisters. We pledge loyalty to King. We pledge loyalty to King. When all the Green Luan behind Qing Xia heard this, their bodies shook. The confusion in their eyes disappeared at once. Looking at Di Shitian, a blazing light flashed in their eyes. That's right. Di Shitian's strength, in that tiger roar, was undoubtedly obvious. It was simply so strong that they did not even have the strength to resist. Following such a strong person, not only did they not have any unwillingness, they were extremely happy instead. One after another, they followed suit and shouted in worship. Good. Di Shitian's eyes shone brightly. Originally, he was still thinking about how to keep them by his side. He did not expect that he did not need to do much and actually directly obtained the loyalty of the Green Luan clan. A hint of joy emerged in his heart, but in the blink of an eye, it was forcefully suppressed. His face still maintained a dignified expression, and with the purple gold mask he wore, he naturally had a kind of noble aura of an emperor. Qing Xia, listen to my order, today's imperial decree, rumble. Just as Di Shitian was about to confer the title to the Green Luan clan, suddenly, in the sky, large swaths of black clouds crazily shook. Within the black clouds, countless shocking lightning bolts crazily shuttled back and forth. They were like terrifying silver lightning snakes. The sound of thunder rang out continuously from within, directly interrupting Di Shitian's conferment. Tribulation clouds. Di Shitian should also have an honorific title. He can't just be called Di Shitian the moment he opens his mouth. Brothers, help think of a good honorific title, something like that. For example, something like Empress Myrtlestar. Of course, he's still a king, so it's too early to call him Empress. Hey, everyone, help me think, and post it in the book review section. Please. To be continued, if you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 477. The mighty pressure that came down from the clouds in the sky was completely emitted from heaven and earth. This pressure carried a tribulation aura. What else could it be if not tribulation clouds? It's the form transformation demonic tribulation. Di Shitian looked at the Qing Luan in front of him thoughtfully. Then, an expression of as expected appeared in his heart. These Qing Luan were close relatives of the phoenix and had the bloodline of the phoenix in their bodies. The phoenix was a natural divine beast. The strength of its bloodline was definitely at the top of heaven and earth. Every one of them had the strength of an immortal when they were born. If it was a normal Qing Luan, they would at least have the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. However, the group in front of him was obviously not born normally. Instead, they were forced to be born in their mother's body through an inexplicable method. As a result, the bloodline in their bodies became quite weak and thin. When they were born, they only had the strength of a spiritual beast. It was tragic. However, in these years of killing, their strength had reached the peak of a demonic beast. When they lost their minds, they were not demonic beasts, but ferocious beasts. They would not attract a demonic tribulation at all. Now, their minds had been completely cleansed by the power of the heart-cleansing body song. They had been sublimated and recovered their clarity. Suddenly, the aura of a demonic beast on their bodies could no longer be suppressed. It was released all at once. It attracted such a huge tribulation cloud that covered the sky and the sun. It covered an area of thousands of feet. Heavens! 60,000 Qing Luan triggered the form transformation demonic tribulation at the same time. That scene was really not ordinary terrifying. Di Shitian saw the tribulation cloud above his head. Not only was he not afraid, but a hint of joy emerged. Passing the tribulation, passing the form transformation demonic tribulation meant that 60,000 Qing Luan who had condensed their inner cores would follow him. Every one of them was equivalent to a nascent soul stage cultivator. 60,000 Qing Luan who were equivalent to a nascent soul stage cultivator. When gathered together, It would be a terrifying force. Thousand Beast Sect, O Thousand Beast Sect, even the heavens want to destroy your sect. 60,000 Qing Luan who were equivalent to a nascent soul stage cultivator, if not you, who will be destroyed? Di Shitian sneered coldly in his heart. The scene at that time appeared in his mind. Originally, he had planned to lead the demons in the Myriad Demon Valley to attack the Myriad Beast Sect. As long as he mobilized an army of 300,000 shapeshifting demons and 300,000 nascent soul realm powerhouses, the vast power would definitely be able to suppress the entire Myriad Beast Sect in one fell swoop. However, for the sake of the construction of the Myriad Demon City, in order to build up his foundation, he didn't deliberately attract the attention of those experts. He had no choice but to leave the demons in the valley to build the ancient city and continue accumulating strength, so as not to shine too brightly. Only then did he rush to the Thousand Beasts Sect alone. Who would have thought that at this moment, the Azure Luan race would be recruited? Not only that, all of them were undergoing their tribulation and were about to transform. Once they transformed, the 60,000 Azure Luans would still be a powerful force to be reckoned with. The heavens really wanted the Thousand Beasts Sect to perish. Qing Xia, today, this king decrees your clan to be the Green Luan sword servants, to be this king's personal guard. You will be the commander of the Azure Luan swordsmen. Bestow upon your clan the Nichang sword manual. Transcend the tribulation and transform. Various mystical techniques flashed through Di Shitian's mind. Back then, when he was in the Linglong Treasure Pagoda, he had memorized tens of thousands of techniques and manuals in his mind. Almost in an instant, a technique manual appeared in his mind. The Nichang Sword Manual was a set of upper-grade Earth-level techniques of the demon race. It was comparable to heaven-level techniques. It included the mystical dance of the Nichang Feather Dance, which could be used to form a sword formation. It was truly powerful. It was the most suitable technique for feathered birds to cultivate. Together with the Azure Luan, it was simply a beautiful combination. He stretched out his hand and waved it in front of him. Whoosh! Tens of thousands of light spots instantly flew towards all the Azure Luans who had submitted to him. With lightning speed, they quickly entered their minds. Thank you, my king, for your generous gift. After the light spots entered her body, Qing Xia felt that in her mind, a mystical manual had transformed into the shape of a book. It floated and flipped open. Inside was the profound technique of the Nichang Sword Manual, which was extremely compatible with them. She couldn't help but be overjoyed and hurriedly thanked Di Shitian. Rumble. Above their heads, the tribulation clouds continued to brew. They were dark and abnormally terrifying. They covered the surrounding sky, causing the day to suddenly become pitch black. Day turned into night. There was also terrifying lightning shuttling back and forth. It emitted a mighty heavenly aura. The tribulation clouds had completely formed. It was time to activate. Quickly enter the tribulation clouds. After experiencing the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, you can transform into a demon. Di Shitian's shout was like a thunderclap that awakened all the Azure Luans. Immediately, under the lead of Qing Xia, the Azure Luans spread their beautiful wings and raised their proud heads to look at the sky. They flapped their wings and rushed straight into the tribulation clouds. In the blink of an eye, all 60,000 Azure Luans had rushed into the tribulation clouds. The transformation demon tribulation was the first test of the demon race. In the tribulation clouds, if they could withstand the baptism of lightning, they would be able to cleanse themselves. Relying on the power of creation in the lightning, they would be able to condense an inner core and transform into a human form. If they couldn't withstand it, they would be directly blasted into powder by the lightning. One thought was a paradise, and the other was an abyss that could never be transcended. Di Shitian sat on the throne and calmly looked at the tribulation clouds. There was no fluctuation in his eyes at all. He didn't seem to be worried about the Azure Luans at all. The Azure Luans had deep roots. Although the bloodline in their bodies had become extremely thin and weak due to special reasons, they were still Azure Luans after all. They were close relatives of the Phoenix. The depth of their roots was definitely not inferior to any powerful demon beast. If they couldn't even survive the transformation demon tribulation, it would be a joke. Howl. In just a few breaths of time, a resounding cry of Alwan could be heard from within the tribulation clouds. An opening opened up, and a huge blue Luan flapped its wings and flew out from within. It was Qing Xia. Qing Xia's body was more than 10 times larger than before she entered the tribulation clouds. She became even more mystical. Her body shone with a green light. As she descended, a dense green light surged and completely enveloped her body. In the green light, 2 wings turned into 2 jade-like arms, head, neck, body, and slender legs. In the blink of an eye, a young girl with an exquisite body and perfect curves appeared in front of them. Her wings turned into a rainbow-colored feather dress on her body, covering her perfect body. A rainbow-colored feather sword formed from her own feathers was held in her hand. Whether it was the sword, the person, or the feather dress, when matched together, she looked like a fairy from the legends. She was extremely beautiful. There was a hint of heroism on her face. Azure Luan Swordsman Commander Qing Xia greets my king. Qing Xia knelt in front of the soaring sky throne and paid her respects to Di Shitian. You may rise. Immediately gather your Azure Luan swordsmen. After all of them have undergone the tribulation and transformed, organize them into an army and follow this king to suppress the Thousand Beasts sect. Di Shitian looked at Qing Xia with satisfaction and nodded. Light flashed in his hand and a Azure Luan seal made of divine crystal appeared in his hand. I bestow upon you the Azure Luan seal and the mark of the Azure Luan. From now on, you are this king's personal guard. He pointed at Qing Xia from afar. The Cyan Luan imperial seal in his hand flew towards Qing Xia. Qing Xia caught it, and in the instant she caught the imperial seal, a cyan light from the imperial seal rushed towards her forehead like lightning. Qing Xia saw it but did not dodge. She knew that Di Shitian would never harm her. This was an inexplicable trust. The green light entered her forehead and turned into a beautiful mark. It was a Azure Luan seal that had shrunk countless times and looked very lifelike as it spread its wings and raised its head proudly, wanting to soar into the sky. Not only did this mark not destroy her appearance, but it also added a strange charm to her body. The heroic spirit on her body became more intense. Qing Xia felt it and could not help but feel happy. A happy smile appeared on her face. Howl. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, the cries of Azure Luans rose and fell in succession from the tribulation clouds. One after another, Azure Luans flew out from the tribulation clouds and transformed into human figures in midair. They were all wearing extremely beautiful rainbow-colored feather robes. This feather robe was a magic treasure from the rainbow-colored sword manual. They were all refined directly from their own feathers. It was even more magical. The Azure Luans transformed into human figures one by one. They were all 16 or 17 years old girls. Their appearances were all top-notch in the world. Any one of them was a stunning beauty in the secular world. At this moment, there was a group of 60,000 of them. Each of them held a green feather sword in their hands. They were arranged neatly together. They stood behind Qing Xia. They looked at Di Shitian with a burning gaze. That was the king they would be loyal to in the future. Qing Xia, quickly organize the Azure Luan swordsmen and follow this king to suppress the Thousand Beasts sect. Di Shitian spat out a sentence with a dignified expression. Yes. Qing Xia obeyed and quickly began to organize her clansmen behind her. Because they were all from the same clan, it was not difficult to organize them. Moreover, they all practiced the rainbow-colored sword manual. There was a description of the sword formation in it. Although there was no demonstration, they could all be organized properly. Thousand Beasts, listen to my command. The Thousand Beasts sect enslaved the demon clan and lost their minds. They only know how to kill. This hatred can only be repaid with blood and teeth. If there is still blood in your heart, follow this king to destroy the Thousand Beasts sect and destroy it. Di Shitian's voice resounded throughout the entire realm of beasts. His thick majesty spread to every inch of the air in this area. In the forest, the beasts who had recovered from the heart-cleansing body song heard his words. Various scenes of being enslaved by the Thousand Beasts sect flashed through their minds. Their anger soared. In this place, the weakest were spiritual beasts. Spiritual beasts already had very high spiritual intelligence. The stronger ones had reached the realm of demon beasts, and their intelligence was not inferior to any humans. Thinking of their miserable lives in the past, they were all furious. The blood in their bodies was boiling. Their eyes were red. When he saw the majestic throne in the air, his eyes were filled with gratitude and determination. Roar. In the realm of beasts, countless angry roars sounded in succession. The roars seemed to want to vent the anger in their bodies. All the beasts bowed to Di Shitian. Rumble. The earth was shaking violently, and the roaring sound was like thunder ringing continuously. Thousands of beasts rushed towards Sakra, and in their minds, thoughts of revenge gushed out. Collecting the title of Di Shitian again. Brothers, please speak up. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidien.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 478. The Thousand Beasts sect enslaved the birds and beasts. In their eyes, it was an ability, a means, and one of the best ways to earn large amounts of spirit stones and treasures. In their eyes, there was a good reason to capture all kinds of spirit beasts. It was perfectly justified. There was an ancient saying in the human race, those who are not of our race must have different intentions. Other than the human race, all other races were different. Humans were the ones who stood at the top of the food chain. Everyone else should be below the human race and be enslaved. There was nothing wrong with that. From the perspective of the human race, they were not wrong. They did not think that they were wrong. Di Shitian was a demon. Everything in the world, whether it was flowers, trees, birds, or beasts, as long as they had intelligence, could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon to become stronger, could transform into a daoist form, and could cultivate cultivation methods. They were all demons. From his perspective, the Thousand Beasts sect was the most hateful enemy. Enslaving the spirit beasts was a blatant provocation. In the ancient times, the human race turned against them. It was a hatred that could not be washed away even with the water of 3 rivers and 4 seas. The demons and cultivators were like fire and water. It could not be washed away without blood. For all the birds and beasts in the realm of beasts, the Thousand Beasts sect had captured them and made them lose their minds. They were forced to live a life of darkness and only knew how to kill. That hatred was engraved in their hearts. As soon as they woke up, the hatred and anger in their hearts surged like a flood. Roar. Roar. In the vast forest, the furious roars of all kinds of strange beasts shook countless ancient trees, causing them to rustle. A large group of beasts gathered together and charged towards Di Shitian. These beasts were already comparable to completion core cultivators. With this charge, they charged forward in a straight line. Everywhere they went, the ancient trees in front of them were smashed into pieces. In the sky, all kinds of birds spread their huge wings and flew up. They covered half of the sky and flew over in a dark mass. However, those birds all politely lowered their altitude to below the throne. They did not dare to be at the same height as the throne, and did not dare to exceed the height of the throne. Naturally, he revealed a submissive attitude. Qing Xia reorganized the green phoenix swordsman into a square formation, surrounding the numinous sky throne in the middle. Qing Xia accompanied by the throne. Holding the feather sword in his hand, he was ready to receive Di Shitian's orders at any time. Beasts, listen up. Flatten the Thousand Beasts sect. Di Shitian issued an iron-blooded command. With a wave of his hand, the Ling Xiao throne beneath him immediately began to move, flying straight toward the 7 mountains of the Thousand Beasts sect. Roar. Trample the Thousand Beasts sect. The group of beasts roared angrily. When these roars gathered together, it was as loud as thunder. A murderous aura swept out in all directions. There were millions of demonic beasts gathered underground and hundreds of thousands of demonic birds in the sky. Each and every one of them had an ominous glint in their eyes as they looked at the 7 towering peaks. As the iron hooves stomped on the ground shook violently as if there was an earthquake. The rumbling sound was unceasing, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Everything that was blocking in front of them was trampled into fine powder on the spot as they ferociously charged towards the Indra. The momentum was so great that dust and smoke billowed on the ground. In the sky, large demonic clouds rolled and covered the sky. The black demonic clouds blocked all the light. Everywhere they passed, it was as if night had fallen. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. Looking at the army of demonic beasts roaring toward them, the tiger soul was stabbed into the side of the numinous sky throne. The blade was stabbed into the void, moving along with the throne as if it was stabbed into the ground. The key was the aura. That earth-shattering, tsunami-like murderous aura and the desire to destroy the 10,000 Beast sect were condensed together. That kind of power was so great that even immortals and gods would be crushed in front of it. It was too terrifying. It was as if a mountain was crushing toward them. Oh my God! The 1,000 Beasts sect was in for a hard time. They were always like wild geese, and today, they were pecked blind by the wild geese. They enslaved all the beasts, and now they are being devoured by the beasts. I'm afraid they never thought that this day would come. How terrifying. 60,000 blue luan transformed at the same time. I'm afraid this is the only time in one's life. 60,000 blue luan is equivalent to 60,000 nascent soul cultivators. Although the 1,000 Beast sect is a first-rate sect, it's already very impressive to be able to produce 10,000 nascent soul cultivators in the entire sect. This time, they might really be wiped out. It's unprecedented. It's really unprecedented. When did such a powerhouse appear in the demon clan? Hu Xiao, I heard that there's a newly risen demon king in the southern wilderness. He once participated in the immortal demon competition. I heard that he contributed the most to the demon clan's victory. Could it be him? A demon king must be at the ancient demon king realm. That kind of vast pressure can only be felt by powerhouses at the tribulation transcendence realm. The demon clan has another ancient demon king realm powerhouse. It's said that each of the 8 demon kings has once made a move to destroy a sect and announce to the world that they have been promoted to ancient demon kings. Could it be that he wants to use the 1,000 Beasts sect as a stepping stone to announce his existence to the world? In the market, the array formation restrictions had been activated to protect the entire market. In the market, countless cultivators looked at the scene in front of them with horror and disgust animatedly. A transformed demon clan, 60,000 of them in a row. Such a large scale, even when the 8 demon kings led a group of demons to besiege the 5 Elements mountain range, had not been seen. This kind of momentum had never been seen in thousands of years. That vast murderous aura made all the cultivators' hearts beat wildly. They vaguely felt that the demon clan, which was thought to be declining, was growing at an incredible speed. Roar! The group of beasts stared at the 7 mountain peaks with reddened eyes. They followed Sakra and rushed directly to the largest mountain peak. Among them, there was a group of plenilune rhinos with a silver-white rhinoceros horn on their heads. There were 1,000 plenilune rhinos, and they belonged to the top among the group of beasts. Each of them had the strength of a peak demon beast. Their bodies swelled violently as they ran, reaching the size of hundreds of feet. That silver-white rhinoceros horn suddenly shone with a rich silver-white divine light. It quickly gathered together. It gathered on that rhino horn. The rhino horn crazily crashed toward the main peak that was thousands of feet tall. Rumble. Their hundreds of feet tall bodies were like a big mountain. Their iron hooves stomped on the ground, causing the ground to burst open. Countless terrifying cracks appeared, spreading rapidly in all directions like a spider web. It was as if they wanted to stomp the ground into powder. Moo! The plenilune rhinos roared at the same time. The rhino horn on their foreheads finally condensed an abundant silver light. In the midst of a roar, whoosh whoosh whoosh, there were bursts of fierce sounds in the air. From the rhino horn, rays of sparkling divine light burst out and condensed into a silver-white waning moon in front of them. The waning moon contained an extremely terrifying power. Countless rays of moonlight burst out. Wherever the moonlight touched, sparkling and translucent ice crystals formed in the air. The moonlight was of the yin attribute. This was the cold power of the moonlight. Thousands of waning moons rose at the same time. It was as if thousands of moons had suddenly appeared in the darkness. The scene was really gorgeous and terrifying. They bombarded toward the main peak. Every crescent moon contained enough power to destroy a nascent soul stage cultivator. With thousands of crescent moons attacking at the same time, even a mountain made of bronze would be smashed into smithereens, let alone a mountain peak. Rumble. However, just as the thousands of waning moons were about to hit the main peak, the 7 peaks shook at the same time. A huge barrier instantly rose and enveloped the entire Thousand Beasts sect. Fog billowed and covered the sect in the blink of an eye. Roar. In the fog, the roar of a tiger could be heard. There was a vast divine power in the tiger's roar. A white tiger that was thousands of feet tall with a pair of fleshy wings on its back and a murderous aura appeared in the sky. It was entrenched in the west. Countless gusts of wind circled around it. Roar. In the east, a mighty dragon's might swept over, and a dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. A cyan divine dragon hovered and looked down at the common people. Its big dragon eyes coldly swept across Sakra Tien's group of demons. In the south, a fiery red vermilion bird wrapped in flames rose. It spread its beautiful fiery red wings and a blazing aura rushed toward them. In the north, a giant black tortoise with a tortoise and a snake appeared in the sky. Looking at the black tortoise's tortoise shell, the simple and unadorned patterns exuded a mysterious aura that was as heavy as a mountain. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. The 4 divine beasts appeared at the same time and entrenched themselves in the 4 directions of the Thousand Beasts sect. A vast aura burst out in all directions like a tide. The entire Thousand Beasts sect was under the protection of these 4 divine beasts. The attack of the plenilune rhinoceros just now was blocked by them. 4 divine beast. This is the Thousand Beasts sect's sect guarding formation, 4 divine beasts immortal slaughtering formation. Legend has it that this formation can kill immortals with the help of more than 4 tribulation transcendence cultivators. Now it seems that it really lives up to its reputation. This formation is an earth rank formation in the cultivation world. If there is a real 4 divine beast guarding it, this formation can immediately become a powerful heaven rank killing formation. In my opinion, even a rogue immortal might not be able to break this formation easily. The Thousand Beasts sect really has a deep foundation. When the cultivators in the market saw this development, there was an uproar. Among these cultivators, there was no lack of out-of-body, spirit severing, and body integration cultivators. These cultivators obviously knew many things that ordinary cultivators did not know. When this was said, it also caused an uproar in the market. Squeak. A group of tens of thousands of ironback mantises with a metallic luster waved their 2 forelimbs as sharp as sickles and fiercely slashed at the layer of terrifying fog that covered the Thousand Beasts sect. The mist suddenly expanded and swallowed the ironback mantises in an instant. At the same time, the azure dragon hovering in the sky had a murderous look in its eyes. It stretched out one of its dragon claws and waved it downwards. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please go to www.chidien.com. I support the author. I support the original reading. Chapter 479. Crack. The strange sound of flesh being cut rang out in an instant. In the mist, countless miserable shrieks rang out one after another. Blood spurted out, and countless severed limbs were thrown out in a burst of blood. The thousands of praying mantises that had entered were instantly torn into countless pieces by the azure dragon's claws. A strong smell of blood wafted out. It spread to the noses of the beasts outside. Immediately, they let out deep roars and stared angrily at the huge fog. They did not rush out immediately. Demon King outside, I am the current sect master of the Thousand Beasts sect, Gu Yuan Chen. May I know what I have done to offend you? Under the protection of the Great Array, Gu Yuan Chen, who was dressed in green, stood on the main peak. Beside him was an old man with a hooked nose and eyes that emitted a cold light. There was a clear spiritual aura on his body. This was the immortal aura that would only appear on one's body after breaking through to the immortal realm. There were rules in heaven and earth. Those who were clean would rise, and those who were dirty would sink. Those who were clean would rise to the sky, and those who were dirty would sink to the ground. Immortals had transcended the mortal world, so they naturally had a clear spiritual aura on their bodies. Although this clear spiritual aura was not too dense on this old man's body. However, it was undeniable that his cultivation had already transcended the immortal realm and was above it. However, he was not an orthodox immortal. An itinerant immortal. This was an itinerant immortal. How could there not be an expert in a first-rate sect to guard the sect? This old man was the expert in charge of the Thousand Beasts sect. He was an itinerant immortal with the surname Li. His name was Li Qing. He was a second tribulation itinerant immortal. Looking at the clear spiritual aura on his body, the third heavenly tribulation was about to arrive. Jiyu Yuan Chen actually invited him out. It could be seen how much he valued Di Shitian. You are from the demon clan, so you should know the agreement in the competition. Immortals and demons should not invade each other. Could it be that you want to completely provoke a life-and-death battle between the cultivation world and the demon clan? Jiyu Yuan Chen looked at the itinerant immortal beside him, and a strong sense of confidence surged in his chest. In the last sentence, there was a hint of reprimand in his tone. Ha ha, Di Shitian was so angry that he laughed instead. He snorted coldly and said, Jiyu Yuan Chen, how dare you? With a loud roar, two beams of divine light that contained endless majesty shot out from his two tiger eyes as he stared straight into Jiyu Yuan Chen's eyes. To his divine eyes, the fog was just an unnecessary decoration. He swept his gaze across them as if he was looking at a flat plain. This shout was like a thunderclap. Terrifying claps of thunder could be heard in the void. A pressure that was like the might of the heavens directly pressed down on Jiyu Yuan Chen. Jiyu Yuan Chen's expression changed. He felt as if there was a terrifying ancient ferocious beast in front of him. The terrifying aura pressured him to the point that he couldn't help but reveal a fearful expression. His face paled, and immediately after, his face turned red as if it was filled with blood. In front of all the disciples of the sect, he was scolded by a demon king as if he was a servant. He almost fainted from anger. Li Qing, who was at the side, raised his eyelids and waved his long sleeve, blocking the vast power. Even so, there was still a strange distortion caused by the collision in mid-air. You're just an insignificant sect leader. What qualifications do you have to represent the entire immortal cultivation world? Sakura coldly shouted without any trace of politeness, you don't have the qualifications to use the immortal cultivation world to suppress this king. Who do you think you are? Fart. Jiyu Yuanchen's face turned yellow and white. The blood in his body churned, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He had been the sect leader of the 10,000 Beasts sect for hundreds of years. No matter where he went, he was treated respectfully. They begged him to sell them a few spiritual beasts with powerful bloodlines. He was respected. Today, he was actually scolded as who do you think you are? He only felt that his face, which had been maintained for thousands of years, was being stepped on by a big foot. Di Shitian only sneered at Jiyu Yuanchen's vomiting of blood. He didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. He said coldly, where is my mother? Where is my brother? Hand him over, and I might consider leaving your corpse intact. His voice was so cold that it was as if the entire world had suddenly turned cold. It was as if ice and snow were about to condense in the air. Your mother? How could my 10,000 Beasts sect have your mother? Jiyu Yuan Chen came back to his senses and shouted angrily. More than 10 years ago, your sect's disciples captured a white tiger and 2 tiger cubs from Tiger Hill. That white tiger was my mother. Those 2 tiger cubs were my younger brother and younger sister. Do you remember this? Di Shitian's voice was very steady and calm. The expression under the mask was also very calm, but this calmness was a little terrifying. There was a terrifying oppression spreading in the air. In the oppression, there was an inextinguishable killing intent. Hiss. Di Shitian didn't deliberately lower his voice. As soon as he finished speaking, all the cultivators in the 10,000 Beasts sect and the market at the foot of the mountain couldn't help but gasp. Revenge. Blood feud. The cultivators in the outpost sucked in cold breaths as they looked toward the 10,000 Beasts sect. Their eyes filled with understanding. Your sect actually captured the mother, brother, and sister of someone else, they thought. When they arrived at the 10,000 Beasts sect, TSK, the suffering and the fortuitous encounters were already imaginable. This was a blood feud that could not be washed away without blood. No wonder they would come knocking on their door. You captured their entire family. Now that your cultivation has succeeded, it's only right that you come to seek revenge. It turns out that there is a cause and effect. There is no hatred for no reason. At this point, even the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect gasped. From the establishment of the sect until now, they had never encountered such a situation. The captured demons had actually come to seek revenge. Not only did they seek revenge, but such a powerful demon king had also come. White Tiger, Tiger Hill mountain range, more than 10 years ago. Gu Yuanshan's pupils suddenly constricted. The image of the white tiger in the valley suddenly appeared in his mind. However, the white tiger had already been possessed. Moreover, it was an important part of the 4 divine beasts plan. The 10,000 Beasts sect's 10,000-year inheritance was all in it. Return the white tiger? Impossible. In an instant, he had already made a decision in his heart. The 4 divine beasts were the dream of the sect for generations. How could he give up because of a mere demon king? Di Shitian, that's right. More than 10 years ago, the disciples of the sect did catch 3 tigers. However, they were already bought by someone. If you want to find your mother, go elsewhere. There's no one here. If you continue to pester me, don't blame me for killing you. Gu Yuanshan snorted coldly and waved his hand. His words were actually meant to divert Di Shitian's attention. However, how could such a small trick fool him? Today, I will destroy your formation, destroy your sect, extract your souls, and suppress them in the nether prison. I will make you suffer countless punishments day and night. I will make sure that you will never be able to ascend. The purple gold mask on Di Shitian's face flickered with a cold light. The feeling of the bloodline connection in his body came from this main peak. How could it fool him? Kill. 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 Kill all these thieves who had imprisoned his mother and brother. He wanted them to be unable to reincarnate. They would all be suppressed in the nether prison and never be able to ascend. They would be whipped for tens of thousands of years. You want to stop me with a mere great array? Lin Fan thought. Boom. Di Shitian's heart was cold and filled with boundless anger. When he thought of the bad premonition that he had felt previously, he stood up from the throne without any hesitation. The moment he stood up, it was as if the entire world had been lifted up in an instant. The vast pressure caused the surrounding space to distort uncontrollably. This world was dominated by him. Roar. Beside him, the tiger soul that was stabbed into the void rippled with saber light. Waves of excited tiger roars naturally burst out from the saber. His right hand held the long saber hilt of the tiger soul. With a clang, he pulled it out with a backhand. Shocking saber energy gathered in the saber and flashed like flowing water. When he pulled out the saber, it was as if the entire world was revolving around him. That terrifying aura was like that of an emperor who had descended from the heavens. His slightly closed eyes suddenly opened. 2 threatening rays of light pierced into the void. His body was overflowing with a vast aura of a king. The emperor's way of the emperor, emperor's wrath. Di Shitian shouted in his heart. In an instant, the tiger soul in his hand slashed out millions of times. The terrifying saber marks seemed to contain extremely mysterious trajectories. In the void that was split open, an incomparably vast power of desire poured out from the cracks like a tide. All of them were the purest form of the power of rage. The power of rage that surged out from the saber marks instantly turned into angry sabers that were filled with rage. They turned into a net of sabers that could destroy the world. Every angry saber contained a different kind of rage obsession. The saber intent that they expressed was also different. However, there was one thing that was similar. The sabers all contained boundless rage. The millions of angry sabers were as fast as lightning. They formed a net of sabers and slashed down at the 4 divine beasts formed by the Great Formation. Wherever they passed, The saber marks in the void intertwined with each other as if they were going to cut the entire world into countless pieces. The saber lights were terrifyingly sharp. Roar. The four divine beasts below seemed to feel an incomparably heavy threat at this moment. They all roared angrily. The white tiger roared, and a terrifying hurricane that contained countless wind blades soared into the sky. It swept up the remnant clouds and was about to shatter the countless sabers that came whistling down. The vermilion bird released the vermilion bird divine fire. Beside the azure dragon, countless trees fell like rain. The black tortoise was too lazy to move. It just stood in the sky with its black tortoise shell. Rumble. The 7 mountains of the 1,000 beasts sect shook violently. On the mountain peaks, a large number of disciples trembled violently. Their faces were pale as if they had suffered a fierce attack. Amidst the rumbling, there were thousands of lightning bolts in the sky. The 4 phases divine beasts' immortal slaughtering formation was indeed brilliant. The millions of angry sabers could not break the great formation. However, the millions of angry sabers did not dissipate. Instead, in an instant, they followed Di Shitien's tiger soul saber and swung it into the void. Countless angry sabers gathered rapidly like swallows returning to their nest. An emperor that looked exactly the same as Sakura and was thousands of feet tall appeared in the void. From top to bottom, he was incomparably majestic. In his hand, he held a jade seal. Within the jade seal, there was a vast and mighty divine might, like heaven and hell. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidien.com. There are more chapters. I support the author. I support the original reading. Chapter 480. Rat Da. How many of your rat clan can transform into human form? In the exquisite pagoda in the Myriad Demon Valley, the construction of the Myriad Demon City was in full swing. Every day, a large number of heavenly treasures, all kinds of spiritual ores, and spiritual materials gathered in the southern barbarian from all directions. The exquisite 7 orifices pot refined divine crystals day and night, and the construction of the ancient city was always in a good state. With the existence of the embryonic membrane of heaven and earth, everything was built smoothly. Under the leadership of Hu, the construction progress was not slow. However, compared to the huge ancient city that occupied an area equivalent to the size of Earth and could accommodate at least 10 billion demons, the progress was not fast at all. After some planning, Hu decisively named the Demon Transformation Pool, which had been renamed the Jade Pool, as the first focus of the construction. The most important building in the ancient city was naturally the Lingxiao King Hall. As for the Jade Pool, it would be the place where Sakura would sleep in the imperial harem. It was connected as one and its importance was second only to the Lingxiao King Hall. Both were the symbols of the entire Myriad Demon City and the most important. It was also the place where King Di Shitian and Demon Empress Chen Shi slept. Therefore, without much consideration, Hu and the other backbone of the Myriad Demon Valley discussed and immediately transferred the construction project to the construction of the Lingxiao Palace and the Jade Pool. At this moment, the Lingxiao Palace had been partially completed. Chen Shi sat on the phoenix throne that belonged to the Demon Empress in the palace, and beside him, there were 4 beautiful maids of the Fox clan who had transformed into human form. Below them, there was the Rat King of the rat race, Rat Da. His eyes were the size of mung beans, and his pupils were constantly rotating. At this moment, he was standing respectfully in the main hall. At this moment, Rat Da was considered to be in a high position in the Myriad Demon Valley. Di Shitian set up the supervisor demon guards to supervise the demons and enforce the laws of the Myriad Demon Code. Bai Yu was the supervisor. Rat Da was the deputy supervisor. He was responsible for all the intelligence. The great power made Rat Da so excited that he could not completely calm down during this period. When Di Shitian appointed him as the Rat King, there had been no other arrangements, which made him feel a little uneasy. He never thought that he would be entrusted with such an important task at this time. The excitement and the feeling of being valued almost made him burst into tears at that time. In his heart, he became completely loyal to Di Shitian and the Myriad Demon Valley. When facing the Demon Empress Chen Shi, Shu Da didn't even dare to lift his head. He didn't even dare to look around casually for fear of offending the Demon Empress. Reporting to the Demon Empress, "Our rat clan has received the favor of our king and the Demon Empress. We have obtained the qualifications to enter the Jade Pool. Those with potential in the clan have already transformed, and there are 1,000,000 of them." Rat Eldest respectfully answered Chen Shi's question. The rat clan's reproduction speed was astonishing. Back then, they had almost established an underground kingdom underground. Their population was so large that it could be counted in the hundreds of millions. However, although the rat species reproduced a lot, the proportion of those with potential was naturally much smaller. In addition, although the Jade Pool could allow a large number of birds and beasts to quickly transform, the Jade Pool was still very small. Therefore, although the rat clan's population was huge, only 1,000,000 were selected to enter the Jade Pool and transform into elites. "Do you still remember what your king said to you before he left?" Chen Shi nodded slightly and said elegantly. Rat Eldest's body shook, and an eager expression appeared on his face. He quickly replied, "This subordinate doesn't dare to forget for a moment. The 1,000,000 elites of our clan are all ready. As long as the Demon Empress gives the order, we can immediately leave the southern barbarian lands and enter the continent. We will scatter and monitor all kinds of things in the world." Yes. Before Shi Tian left, he had already ordered who to lead those who know how to refine magic artifacts to absorb the endless mirage chi in the world and refine 1,000,000 mirage illusory jades. Distribute them and carry them with you. They can change your aura and conceal your demonic chi. Even immortals can't see through them. Chen Shi said slowly. "Thank you, my king. Thank you, Demon Empress." Rat Eldest was overjoyed. He quickly expressed his thanks. "When monitoring all kinds of changes on the continent, it will all be handed over to your rat clan. I hope you won't let me and Shi Tian down." Chen Shi glanced at Rat Eldest indifferently, and an invisible majesty exuded from his body. It gave Rat Eldest an inexplicable strong pressure. He quickly showed his loyalty and said, "Please rest assured, my king and Demon Empress. Within 3 months, this subordinate will spread the intelligence of our myriad Demon Valley to all the major immortal cultivation cities. For the valley, we will send a steady stream of talents and intelligence. Yes, you can go. If this matter is handled properly, there will be many benefits for you." Chen Shi nodded and waved his hand to dismiss him. Intelligence network? Yes, this was the establishment of an intelligence network belonging to the myriad Demon Valley. No matter when, the importance of intelligence was at the forefront. It was the most important. How could Di Shi Tian, who knew this well, not make arrangements? In the past, he didn't have enough power and couldn't get involved. Now that he had enough power, how could he not immediately spread out the intelligence network? This selection was to select the intelligence personnel to the Rat Clan. The Rat Clan had always been clever, and their number was huge. It was the most suitable to send them out. For this reason, Di Shi Tian asked Ming to refine a mirage illusion bottle that could collect the mirage illusory chi. It specialized in collecting the mirage illusory chi and refining mirage illusion jade with the power to hide one's aura and change one's appearance. It was just right to cover up the demonic chi of the Rat Clan. Moreover, the spirit wine brewed by the wine brewing division led by Yuan Tian was handed over to them to take out. They opened immortal wine pavilions in various places in the immortal cultivation world. In the name of selling spirit wine, they could establish a foothold in various immortal cultivation cities and establish a foundation. They could exchange a large number of spirit stones and even various materials. They could also use this identity as a cover to inquire about intelligence. At the same time, he also searched for those talents with unique abilities in the cultivation world and captured them to the southern barbarian lands, such as refiners, array masters, alchemists, and so on. Anyone with a skill, if possible, would be sent to the valley. Firstly, it was to build the demon city, and secondly, it was to teach the demons in the valley various skills. This time, they really had the intention of plundering the world. 3 days later, in the southern wilderness, the 1,000,000 demons left and scattered in all directions. The intelligence network was being rapidly laid down. Di Shi Tian couldn't care less about these. However, in front of the myriad beast sect. The 4 divine beasts suppressed the 4 directions and protected the entire sect. In the air, an emperor who was thousands of feet tall and looked exactly like Di Shitian was holding a crystal-clear jade seal in his hand. In the jade seal, there was a terrifying aura that was like heaven and hell faintly emitted. On the emperor's face, there was a cold expression, and his eyes revealed traces of intense anger. All the land that fell to the ground was the land of the king, and all the people in the world were the king's subjects. The emperor's anger could cause the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. It could cause the sun and moon to lose their light. It could cause the land to be scorched for thousands of miles and millions of corpses to lie on the ground. The jade seal, the symbol of the emperor. When the seal fell, it was the will of heaven, life and death. Bang! Then, the imperial jade seal pressed down on the formation below. The azure dragon danced its dragon body and faced it head-on. It waved its dragon claws, wanting to crush the jade seal. However, under the jade seal, the entire void seemed to freeze in an instant, becoming extremely terrifying. With a bang, it was like the seal of the sky, directly imprinted on the azure dragon's body. From the jade seal, endless power spewed out. Roar! The azure dragon let out a sorrowful cry. Under the jade seal, its body, starting from the dragon head, was annihilated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just like that, the azure dragon, which was over 10,000 feet long, was crushed into dust by a single seal. In the eyes of the emperor, all things in the world are his people. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. Those who dare to disobey will be turned into powder under the emperor's anger. Who is the heavens? I am the heavens. Di Shitian spat out a sentence coldly. In the jade seal, there was not only the power of anger, but also the power of the emperor. The emperor's anger was irresistible. So frightening. That azure dragon was at least above the tribulation stage. With the strength of the immortal realm, it was crushed to death by a single seal. So frightening. What kind of battle technique is that? The emperor's anger turned endless anger into a jade seal. That is the emperor's anger. Who can withstand it? When the emperor is angry, he will kill. The Thousand Beasts sect's 4 phases divine beast immortal slaughtering formation is about to be broken. They are not facing an immortal, but an angry emperor. Countless cultivators were frightened by the power of the jade seal. Their eyeballs were about to fall out. The vermilion bird spat out vermilion bird divine fire. The feathers on its feathers were like blades that cut through the void, cutting terrifying cracks in the void. However, the jade seal did not make any unnecessary movements. It directly smashed down. The vermilion bird divine fire jade seal was annihilated. When the seal pressed down on the vermilion bird was immediately annihilated like the azure dragon. It was crushed into powder. A divine beast was killed with a single blow. White tiger, black tortoise. Immediately after, the emperor in the void suppressed them to death with a single seal. Terrifying, too terrifying. With a flip of his hand, he was like a supreme being who had descended from the heavens and earth. With a flip of his hand, he could summon clouds and rain. With just his palm, there was a supreme majesty. Senior Marshal Uncle Lee. Even though Jiu Yuanchen had seen a lot of things, he still couldn't believe that the terrifying emperor could crush the 4 divine beasts that were condensed in the Great Formation with a flip of his hand. The 4 divine beasts were crushed into powder like ants. The Great Formation would be destroyed with a flip of his hand. He couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. He was so scared that his heart was beating wildly. He couldn't imagine that Di Shitian would be so unbelievably powerful. Even the sect's formation couldn't block his attack. He was shocked. Even a rogue immortal might not be able to break through the sect's formation easily, but he could actually destroy the 4 divine beasts so casually. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Was this really a demon king? When did a demon king become so terrifying? Li Qing frowned slightly. His pupils contracted violently and narrowed as he stared at the emperor. It was as if every move of the emperor could drive the power of heaven and earth. It was terrifying. It was indeed extremely terrifying. Originally, He didn't take Di Shitian seriously. At this moment, he had completely regarded him as his greatest enemy in his heart. Retreat. Immediately lead the elite disciples of the sect to open the illusory door of void and retreat into the myriad beast realm. The myriad beast realm is the foundation of the sect. I want to meet this Di Shitian. A cold light flashed in Li Qing's eyes. With a flash of light in his hand, a snow-white jade archive appeared in his hand. On the jade archive, there were countless mysterious talismans flickering. In the jade archive, strange figures appeared one after another. Upon closer inspection, they seemed to be mystical beasts. Each of them emitted an extremely ferocious and terrifying aura. The aura emitted by any one of them was comparable to that of an immortal realm expert. Xian Beast Treasure Archive. When Jiu Yuanchen saw it, his eyes emitted a shocking light. He exclaimed in surprise, and his voice was filled with envy. However, he didn't waste any time. He turned around and rushed to where the elite disciples were. He quickly gathered them and at the same time, he quickly gave an order. All peaks, listen up, all disciples are to approach the main peak. 4 divine beasts, quickly come to the main hall. His shout instantly spread throughout the entire 1,000-beast sect. Howl. Instantly, a large number of disciples from the various peaks gathered crazily toward the main peak. At the same time, a few vast auras suddenly shot up into the sky. A crimson vermilion bird, but it didn't have the vermilion bird divine fire, which was the foundation of the vermilion bird. A black tortoise, which was less than 100 feet in size, appeared. A green dragon snake with 2 small arched horns on its head. It seemed that these were the other 4 divine beasts that the 1,000-beast sect had summoned. However, those summoned by force couldn't be compared to the true divine beasts. They didn't completely possess the true supreme power of the divine beasts. They could only be called pseudo-divine beasts. Even so, the aura emitted from their bodies was comparable to that of an immortal realm expert. However, looking at the expression in their eyes, it was obvious that they had been taken over by the experts of the 1,000-beast sect. Roar. A domineering tiger's roar shot up into the sky. Amidst the roar, there was a gust of wind. A white tiger that was 1,000 feet tall, with a pair of flesh wings that were 1,000 feet wide on its back, roared and flew into the air. Mother, rumble. Di Shitian's heart moved. The emperor in the void waved the imperial jade seal. The imperial jade seal smashed the entire formation into pieces on the spot. It collapsed instantly. The fog dissipated instantly. The 7 peaks that were originally covered by the fog suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The scene inside was also presented on the spot. Di Shitian only took a glance to see the 4 divine beasts that flew into the air. They were no longer illusory bodies that were formed by the formation, but real bodies of flesh and blood. His eyes, in an instant, landed completely on a majestic figure. Everything in his eyes turned into the figure of the white tiger. The blood connection allowed him to clearly feel that the white tiger was his mother almost instantly. Mother became a divine beast. Di Shitian was stunned. He looked at the huge white tiger in disbelief. The powerful aura emitted from the white tiger was comparable to that of an immortal realm expert. No, the aura is not right. This is not Mother's aura. This aura is very unfamiliar. Di Shitian came back to his senses in the blink of an eye. His eyes were burning with rage. He roared furiously, "Damn it, all of you deserve to die. Possession, how dare you try to take over my mother's body?" Ah! His eyes turned red. Almost instantly, a terrifying and infuriating result appeared in his mind. Possession, his mother was actually taken over by the despicable people of the 1,000-beast sect. Then, what would happen to his mother's primordial spirit? Thinking of that terrifying possibility, Di Shitian's entire body could not help but tremble violently. His black hair suddenly exploded and danced wildly. Boundless rage surged into his mind like a tidal wave. It almost completely drowned his rationality. No wonder he had such a terrifying premonition. It must be then that his mother's body was taken over. Hate. Di Shitian's chest surged with a kind of monstrous hatred like a tide. He regretted why he only came at this time and came so late. He also felt a monstrous anger towards the Thousand Beasts sect. The regret in his heart was like a sharp blade that was crazily cutting his body. The piercing pain made his heart bleed. Thousand Beasts sect. Di Shitian's eyes were about to explode. The muscles on his face twitched violently. A furious roar that almost jumped out from between his teeth sounded like a thunderclap. The Emperor in midair was formed by the power of boundless rage. It was an existence that could exert the power of rage to the extreme. It could feel the terrifying rage rising in Di Shitian's chest. Around him, the void collapsed. Boundless power of desire poured into his body from all directions like a tidal wave. In an instant, the Emperor's body was so condensed that it seemed solid. The imperial jade seal in his hand exuded a vast and mighty pressure. It was like a tidal wave that pressed down on the entire void, making it difficult for all living beings to breathe. TSK, so this body of mine is your mother. Elder Feng, who had taken over the body of the white tiger, was about to fly into the great hall. When he heard Di Shitian's roar, he suddenly turned around. His eyes looked at Di Shitian and the terrifying emperor in midair with great interest. He suddenly revealed a look of excitement. I am taking over your body. What can you do to me? Do you dare to fight with me? Elder Feng sneered. His eyes lit up. He flapped his snow-white wings and wrapped his body in a whirlwind. In the whirlwind, one could see reddish-gold wind blades. It actually charged madly towards the emperor who was standing in midair. This move. Everyone who saw it was in an uproar. He is crazy. He actually rushed toward the emperor. He really doesn't want to live. Even the Great Formation just now couldn't withstand the attack of the Imperial Jade Seal. If it smashed into him, he would definitely be crushed to death. Big move, really big move. The Thousand Beasts sect is really crazy. They can even bring out the 4 divine beasts. They even used their own experts to take over the Emperor's body. This method, TSK, they won't rest until they die. Di Shitian definitely hates the Thousand Beasts sect. They took over his mother's body. This hatred is higher than the mountains and deeper than the sea. There is no way to wash away this hatred until one side is slaughtered. There is no room for negotiation now. Such a brilliant method. The white tiger's body belongs to Di Shitian's mother. Di Shitian won't do anything to it like he did to the others. I'm afraid he won't even be able to touch it. Let's see how Di Shitian deals with this. This is going to be interesting. At that instant, the cultivators who were paying close attention to the situation were startled. They all realized the purpose of Elder Feng's sinister move. While they were cursing in their hearts, they could not help but exclaim how shameless this method was. It's the last day of the year. Happy New Year to all my brothers and sisters. A year has passed before I know it. I'm a little emotional. I wish everyone the best in the new year. Of course, those with monthly votes, please help me. In the new month, brothers, let's see if we can make it to the monthly votes ranking. Chapter 481. Even though those cultivators were also humans, when they saw that Elder Feng was relying on the body of Indra's mother, White Tiger, they actually attacked Indra in an extremely despicable and shameless manner. Furthermore, he didn't even put up any defense around his body. He just flapped his wings and directly rushed towards the Emperor condensed from the power of wrath in the sky. He looked as if he was saying, hit me, kill me, I'll just stand here and let you kill me. I'll let you hit me as long as you can bear to do it. As long as you don't care that this body belongs to your mother, I'll just stand here and let you kill me. Elder Feng's arrogant behavior made the surrounding cultivators exclaim in admiration in their hearts, how shameless. Shameless? I'm that shameless. What can you do about it? Elder Feng looked excitedly at the Emperor that was thousands of feet tall. Its aura alone was enough to freeze the air and suffocate heaven and earth. He thought proudly, as long as I can win, so what if I'm a little shameless? As long as I win and he dies, who would dare to say anything about me? Let's see if he dares to destroy his mother's body. Elder Feng firmly grasped this point. He grasped the fact that the body he was occupying was Di Shitian's mother's body. From what he saw earlier, it was very likely that the demon king in front of him was here for the white tiger. As a son, he definitely wouldn't dare to lay his hands on his mother's body. Instead, he would have to give in to Elder Feng. Haha, I'm already in an invincible position. Elder Feng thought and laughed wildly in his heart. It was as if he could already see the terrifying demon king in front of him being torn to pieces by his claws. No matter what, occupying the body of the white tiger meant that he was standing at the peak of victory. Victory was certain. Elder Feng seemed to have seen the dawn of victory. Rumble. In the incomparably huge hurricane, there were countless scarlet gold wind blades. Everything that was swept into the hurricane was instantly turned into dust by the countless sharp wind blades. The wind followed the tiger, and the clouds followed the dragon. The tiger tribe had a natural advantage in controlling the wind, let alone the divine beast of the tiger tribe, the white tiger. The white tiger suppressed the west, which was of the metal element and specialized in killing. Even the wind blades in the hurricane were scarlet gold in color and were tougher and sharper. It wasn't inferior to any divine weapon. His speed was as fast as lightning as he appeared in front of the emperor in an instant. A jade seal that was sparkling and translucent like jade came crashing down in anger, completely annihilating the hurricane in an instant. It collapsed into nothingness. The hurricane couldn't even get close to him. Roar. With a thought, Elder Feng rushed over like a bolt of lightning with the momentum of the wind. He extended his tiger claw and swung it at the emperor's arm. This attack pushed the speed of the white tiger to its limits. Wind was formless and unpredictable, and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared beside the emperor. The emperor's eyes burned with rage. Even though he had the imperial jade seal in his hand, he could easily injure the white tiger with a casual strike. It wouldn't be difficult for him to smash the white tiger into a pulp. However, he saw the familiar figure of the white tiger. He had no choice but to dodge to the side in grief and indignation. However, how could his 1,000-foot-long body be faster than the white tiger when he dodged? A sharp claw mark streaked across the air and landed on his arm, tearing off more than half of his arm. Haha. Fight back. Come and hit me. Come and hit me if you have the guts. I'm standing right here. Hit me. Come and hit me. Elder Feng completely unleashed the speed of the white tiger. He turned into a whirlwind and circled around the emperor in the air. Once he found an opening, he would immediately launch a ferocious attack. Di Shitian was helpless. That body belonged to his mother. He didn't dare to use the imperial jade seal to suppress her. If he did, his physical body would be smashed into a pulp. He could only dodge continuously. Unfortunately, Elder Feng didn't show any mercy and attacked him directly with his physical body. The emperor in the air was in a sorry state. How dare you take over my mother's body? No matter who you are, you're finished. You're completely finished. If I don't extract your soul and torture you for thousands of years, how can I get rid of the pain and hatred in my heart? Di Shitian's eyes were about to spit fire. He was screaming in his heart. A dragon had a reverse scale. Anyone who touched it would die. And now, Elder Feng, who had taken over the white tiger's body, had completely touched his reverse scale. And he wouldn't stop until he was dead. His heart was filled with hatred, and it felt like it was being cut by a knife. Mother, mother. His heart was dripping blood. He couldn't help but think back to his brief life. Although the white tiger back then wasn't very intelligent, she had poured all of her motherly love into them. What seemed like a simple life actually contained the most precious thing in his life. And now, it was being blasphemed. Di Shitian's killing intent had never been stronger than it was. His mother had been possessed, and she was dead. Despicable, shameless villain. Crazy emperor, this despicable villain who took over your mother's body can't be allowed to live. I'm going to suppress him in the 19 layers of infernal penitentiary and make him suffer all sorts of tortures. I can sense another nascent divinity in the white tiger's body, but it's sealed. That nascent divinity has been sealed. It's definitely because your mother's nascent divinity hasn't been completely wiped out. Extract this despicable villain's divine soul, and your mother can recover and control this body. When Dark saw Elder Feng's despicable behavior in Infernal Penitentiary, it was thoroughly enraged. Even it couldn't stand it anymore. In Infernal Penitentiary, it roared crazily, "Divine Eye of Heavenly Punishment. Use the Divine Eye of Heavenly Punishment to take him out of your mother's body." The Divine Eye of Heavenly Punishment was one of Di Shitian's most powerful trump cards. Although its origin was unknown, it was so powerful that it was worthy of being called a divine eye. It was so powerful that it could make one's hair stand on end. Back in the Tower of Babel, it could even forcibly extract the divine soul of Venerable Apotheon Ascendant Penitentiary and suppress it. Wherever the divine light went, even the divine soul in the body could be extracted on the spot. It could be taken away. With a sweep of the divine light, even one's cultivation base would be wiped out. It could see through illusions and see through yin and yang. All these abilities were gathered in this divine eye. It could be said to be a terrifying divine ability that defied the heavens. At this moment, only the divine eye of heavenly punishment could take Elder Feng out of the white tiger's body. Bam! And at this moment, in the sky above the Thousand Beasts sect, Old Feng used his thick skin to display a terrifying destructive power. Finally, he sent out hundreds of hurricanes and crushed the emperor that was condensed from the power of wrath into dust. What made Sakura feel the most sullen and angry was that he didn't even dare to use self-destruction at the last moment for fear of harming the body of the white tiger. His mother was not dead, but sealed in the body. After hearing Dark's roar, Di Shitian's eyes flashed with a shocking light. Endless ecstasy surged in his mind, accompanied by anger that spiraled in his body. He didn't know whether to laugh wildly or roar angrily. This unexpected news completely woke him up. In despair, a ray of hope bloomed in front of him. Great! On the 7 peaks, when the disciples of the Thousand Beasts sect saw that the terrible emperor was torn to pieces by Elder Feng's claws, they immediately burst into thunderous cheers. There was a blazing radiance in their eyes as they revealed an expectant look. Obviously, they wanted to see him continue to tear Sakura into pieces. "You deserve to die." Sakura coldly looked at Elder Feng, who was cheering complacently. The divine light in his eyes could even freeze the air. "Green Phoenix Swordsman." "Yes, sir." The 60,000 Green Phoenix Swordsmen respectfully replied at the same time. "The formation has been broken. It is time for you to take revenge. Kill. 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 This king wants the Thousand Beasts sect to be bathed in blood. Leave no one alive. Kill. Kill them all for this king." Di Shitian coldly ordered the Green Phoenix Swordsman behind him. His voice was filled with a strong smell of blood. His killing intent surged and filled the entire sky. "Yes, king." Qing Xia's face was filled with a strong heroic spirit. She revealed a decisive expression and waved her hand, shouting, "Kill. Leave no one alive." After saying that, he took the lead and pounced towards the 7 mountain peaks. Instantly, 60,000 Green Luan swordsmen held sharp feather swords in their hands and rushed out. Behind them, millions of demonic beasts and demonic birds responded to Sakura's command like tidewater and rushed up the 7 mountain peaks like toppling mountains and overturning seas. The sword servants of the Azure Phoenix all had the ability to transform and condense an inner core, which was equivalent to the nascent soul stage in the immortal cultivation world. The demonic clan was naturally more powerful than the immortal cultivators of the same level. Behind them were millions of demonic beasts and demonic beasts. In an instant, a bloody light burst forth and killing intent filled the entire sky like a tide. The clouds in the sky had unknowingly turned blood red under the stimulation of the killing intent. The Thousand Beasts sect's foundation was quite deep. They had close to 6,000 to 7,000 nascent soul stage cultivators. There were even higher level cultivators. In an instant, they were entangled together and the sound of killing shook the sky. Elder Feng, who was originally extremely excited, was so angry that his eyes turned green. Looking at Di Shitian, he roared and was about to pounce. With his current body, he was not afraid of death. His attitude was saying, "Do you dare to hit me?" Extremely infuriating. "The destruction of the Thousand Beasts sect begins with you." Di Shitian saw and his eyes flashed with anger. He snorted coldly. On the purple mark between his eyebrows, rays of purple light shot out and flashed on the purple mark like flowing water. Within the purple light, the purple mark was constantly opening. It was like a real eye. Whoosh! A ray of purple light shot out. In the purple light, the heavenly punishment divine eye between his eyebrows opened instantly. In the eye, a purple eye emitted a cold light and stared ahead. The moment the divine eye opened, a terrifying majestic aura spread wildly in all directions. The vast pressure shook the heavens and earth. It was like the supreme being of heaven and earth, looking down on all living things. The heavenly punishment divine light shot out from the divine eye and directly covered the white tiger that was pouncing towards him. The vast divine aura caused the surrounding space to freeze and shake. What are you doing? Don't you know that my current body is your mother's? Are you going to kill your mother? Elder Feng, who had relied on his special status to beat up the powerful demon king until he didn't even dare to fight back, now had a look of fear in his eyes. The moment the divine eye opened, he felt a terrifying pressure on his body, and an incomparably strong sense of danger was beating wildly in his heart. He hurriedly roared loudly, "It's the beginning of the month, brothers. Those who still have a guaranteed monthly vote, vote for the 1,000 goblins. Passion. I want some passion and motivation. Subscribe, recommend, all of it. The climax is here. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the legal reading. Chapter 482. He was betting that Di Shitian would not dare to hurt the white tiger or kill its mother. It was because he saw through this point that he dared to challenge the emperor that was condensed from the power of wrath without the slightest scruple. It was because he saw that Indra had feelings in his heart. Those who had feelings, as long as they targeted the people they cared about, that would be a flaw, and they would be able to suppress them to death. And those who had no feelings and no sense of justice, that was the hardest to deal with. If it was Di Shitian who didn't have any feelings in his heart and was completely selfish, how would Elder Feng dare to be so unbridled and arrogant like before? He would have long hidden in a corner with his tail between his legs, afraid of being seen. The power of wrath of the emperor was too overbearing and terrifying. Under the power of the imperial jade seal, there was simply no power that could resist it. Even the great formation of the sect was easily smashed into pieces. Although Elder Feng's primordial spirit was in the immortal realm and had taken over the white tiger's body, he was not completely familiar with this body. He did not even have the time to completely destroy the primordial spirit of the white tiger. It was not that he did not want to, but it was not difficult to seal the primordial spirit. However, if he wanted to destroy it, he would need a lot of time to do so. After all, this was the white tiger's body in the sea of consciousness. If the white tiger self-destructed, he would be in trouble. Otherwise, he would not have just sealed it. He would have killed it directly. Now, he could exert the strength of the immortal realm. His actual combat strength was probably at the peak of the tribulation stage. He was originally full of confidence that nothing would happen to him as long as he had this body. He could do anything. However, he did not expect Di Shitian to really dare to make a move. This time, he panicked. Looking at the eye that suddenly opened, a look of fear flashed in his eyes. From that divine eye, he felt an incomparably strong threat, causing his heart to beat violently. He quickly shouted to remind him that he was killing his mother. Divine eye of punishment, deprive. Di Shitian's heart turned cold as he roared in his heart. The heavenly punishment divine light instantly enveloped Senior Feng. Within the divine light, a vast pressure completely bound Senior Feng. He couldn't even move. With a soft shout, a mysterious power was released from the divine light and entered the white tiger's body. How can this be? My soul is actually trying to leave this body. No, I am already the owner of this body. How can you target my soul? In an instant, Elder Feng felt his divine soul tremble violently. A mysterious force wrapped around his divine soul and pulled it out continuously. It was trying to take him out of this body. This kind of divine ability that worked on the divine soul was extremely rare. He didn't dare to believe that he would encounter it. This was too frightening. He had already fused with this body, no longer able to distinguish between the two. How could he be stripped away? That was impossible. Mind fixation pearl. As Elder Feng screamed, he still felt his divine soul being pulled out of his body. If this continued, his entire divine soul would be pulled out of this body in an instant. If his divine soul was taken away, he didn't dare to imagine what kind of scene it would be. At this critical moment, he roared. Suddenly, a snow-white pearl the size of a thumb appeared in his divine soul. This pearl was the mind fixation pearl that he called it. As soon as the mind fixation pearl appeared, it emitted a ray of clear light that fell on the divine soul. Immediately, the divine soul that was being pulled out of the body stopped strangely. No matter how strong the pulling force was, it didn't move at all. It was extremely tough and didn't move at all. It was as still as a mountain. The mind fixation pearl was a unique treasure. It was said that it was formed naturally from the 10,000-year snow soul. It had the miraculous effect of stabilizing one's divine soul and was ranked among the top unique treasures. Such a pearl was extremely rare. It was said that there were no more than 10 mind fixation pearls in the entire continent. It was extremely precious. It could stabilize one's divine soul and block most attacks on the divine soul. Even those high and mighty ancient giants wanted to obtain it. With it, almost all attacks on the divine soul could be blocked. Such a treasure was more precious than ordinary treasures. The mind fixation pearl was so miraculous that it could even block the divine light of heaven's punishment and block that strong pulling force. The mind fixation pearl, he has the mind fixation pearl. This is a treasure that even ancient giants and venerables want. He, a mere ascendant realm cultivator, also has it. No wonder the divine light of heaven's punishment couldn't forcibly take away his primordial spirit. Ming's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Obviously, he knew what kind of treasure the mind fixation pearl was. No matter what it was, a treasure that could affect one's divine soul was far more precious than other treasures. The mind fixation pearl could block most divine soul attacks. It could even block the divine light of heaven's punishment. Mind fixation pearl? At this moment, Sakra's mind was calm and his mind was incomparably clear. Thinking quickly, his eyes flickered with the radiance of wisdom as he shouted coldly, "Even if it's the spirit fixation pearl, it's merely a treasure. Do you really think it can block the divine light of heaven's punishment?" Ming immediately crushed the essence of the savage beasts collected in the infernal prison and absorbed their divine soul power. Leaving only their divine soul origin, throw it into the purple pool in the 19th abyss, and turn them into jailers. No matter what price I have to pay, I want to see the divine light of heaven's punishment evolve. No matter how powerful the mind fixation pearl was, it was just a treasure. Although a treasure was powerful, it also depended on who the owner was. Di Shitian was very confident in the divine light of heaven's punishment. Its various magical powers were not inferior to any heaven-defying magical powers, and it could be continuously upgraded. Now, it was just the beginning, the weakest moment. Blocked by the mind fixation pearl, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he became calmer. The angrier he was, the calmer he became. He sneered inwardly, "A mere mind fixation pearl can block the current divine light of heaven's punishment, but what about after it evolves?" Now, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to strip that despicable man from his mother's body at all costs. Ha ha ha. Crazy Di, you've finally calmed down. Good, good, good. No matter what, you can't let anger get to your head. Instead, you have to be calmer. Only by being calm can you recognize more things and fully exert your fighting strength. Good, it's time for the divine light of heaven's punishment to evolve. Ming laughed with satisfaction. Last time, I planned to use a wisp of Venerable Feng Shen's divine sense as a tonic for the infernal prison to absorb, but unfortunately, it was used on the divine light. This time, I'll do whatever it takes to upgrade the divine light of heaven's punishment. Let's see how powerful the divine light of heaven's punishment can become after it evolves. Jailers, listen up. Crush the savage beast's essence. Each of the 19 nether prisons was only 1,000 feet wide. However, they had been completely stabilized. They were extremely sturdy and difficult to destroy. Inside, a large number of jailers in purple armor with cold eyes were holding all kinds of torture instruments to torture a large number of souls. There were tens of thousands of jailers on each level. There were even more essence souls of savage beasts, more than 1 million of them. They were extremely strong, and for the infernal prison, they were the best fat sheep. The jailers moved quickly, crushing the essence souls of savage beasts into powder, which turned into countless wisps of divine soul power and spread out. These wisps of divine soul power were quickly absorbed by the infernal prison. 1 or 2 essence souls of savage beasts might not have any effect on the whole infernal prison, but thousands, tens of thousands, 100,000, 1 million of them. The combined divine soul power was simply earth-shattering. It was so huge that it could instantly turn an ordinary person into a mighty immortal or Buddha. Ming's heart ached when he saw the essence souls being crushed. Not only could the infernal prison evolve by absorbing the divine soul power, but it could also absorb the power of fear. The fear produced in the infernal prison would also become the infernal prison's power. Under the punishment, all of the souls here became fearful, and the power of fear they exuded was something that would last for a long time. It was much more worth it compared to the complete destruction of this place. Rumble. However, although he was in pain, he did not stop it. A large number of souls of savage beasts had been scattered, leaving only a little mark of origin, which could not be easily destroyed. These were all collected by the jailers, and when they were sent to the purple pool, new jailers would be born. The infernal prison was already on the verge of upgrading, so this huge amount of divine soul power was constantly being poured into it. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. The space of each level, which was only 1,000 feet wide, suddenly shook violently. At the edge, large patches of infernal prison were being born at a speed visible to the naked eye. The infernal prison was expanding. It was expanding at an astonishing speed. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the rumbling, the entire infernal prison expanded violently. In the blink of an eye, each level had expanded from 1,000 feet to 1,000 feet. The levels of the infernal prison were clearly divided, and it became more and more gloomy. The jailers patrolled back and forth in an extremely strict manner. However, after the infernal prison expanded to 1,000 feet, it did not continue to expand. Instead, it absorbed a large amount of divine soul power to consolidate its expansion. At the same time, a terrible devouring force suddenly emerged from the infernal prison. It devoured all the divine soul power that filled each level of the infernal prison in one fell swoop. Rumble. The infernal prison shook, and a long river suddenly appeared in the infernal prison. The water in the river was green. It was a strange kind of green water. A large number of green bubbles rose from the water. Huang Quan green water. This is the Huang Quan River. Di Shitian's mind had been focused on the changes in the infernal prison, so he naturally saw everything. When he saw the sudden appearance of the long river, he could not help but feel surprised. It was not the first time he had seen the Huang Quan River. When he was in the heavenly demon secret realm, he had seen the endless Huang Quan holy river with his own eyes. He did not expect that there would be one in his infernal prison. This Huang Quan river ran from the first level all the way to the 19th level, connecting all 19 levels of infernal prison. Even a goose feather could not be caught in the river. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 483. Amazing. It's amazing. This heavenly punishment divine eye, he really didn't know where that group of old bastards got it from. Just whose eye could have such an inconceivable and miraculous power? Huang Quan, it's really Huang Quan's clear water. What are those old farts planning? They imprisoned me here so that I can open up the infernal prison. But this Huang Quan can't be refined at all. There is one in the underworld, which can be cut into 2 parts. One of them was obtained by the demon clan, and now it is suppressed in the heavenly demon secret realm. There is no third one. In the divine eye, it can give birth to a Huangquan river. What on earth is this? Dark roared loudly. Its slender dragon body was entrenched in the infernal prison. The shock in its heart had reached an extreme. It was not an ignorant creature. It had existed since the ancient times, so it knew countless secrets of the world. Perhaps others would think that although the Huangquan River was a holy river in the underworld, it might not be the only one. There should be other Huangquan holy rivers. However, it knew that it was impossible. Since the birth of the world, there was only one Huangquan holy river in the land of origin, and it was the only one that was born in the underworld. Other than that, there were no other new Huangquan holy rivers in the world. Even the boundless Huangquan in the heavenly demon secret realm could tell at a glance that it was one half of the Huangquan that had been cut into two. The other half was in the underworld. Therefore, to be honest, there was only one Huangquan holy river in the world. Even if there were other holy rivers in other places, they were all branches derived from this Huangquan. Overall, they were still connected. But in front of it, it saw with its own eyes that a new Huangquan holy river was born in the divine eye of the underworld. Although this Huangquan was a new river, it was only 20 to 20 feet wide. Even its length only passed through 19 layers of hell and couldn't be compared to any other Huangquan. They were in an extremely weak state. However, this was an independent Huangquan. It was different from the Huangquan in the underworld. It was the second Huangquan holy river in the universe. From the moment it was born, it had infinite possibilities. All of this caused Ming to be flabbergasted, and he cried out loudly in an arrogant manner. It was even more difficult for him to figure out the true objective of those old bastards who'd imprisoned him here. A trap. There must be a terrifying big picture. In other words, it was also a chess piece. But what kind of trap was this? Who set it up? Who were they targeting? Thinking about it, Ming couldn't help but feel like he was going crazy. It could already feel that there was a big picture looming over its head. However, it couldn't find any clues. Chimph, forget it. That bunch of old farts, one day, I'll settle this debt with you. Hee, although I don't know what your plan is, lunatic DI is definitely an accident in your plan. Even the river of fate can't grasp his fate. His roots, his past life, no one can find out who he is, whose reincarnation he is. Underworld muttered to itself. Suddenly, it let out a strange laugh. Who was it? It was an artifact soul that followed a peerless expert and intimidated all living things in the ancient era. If it was an ordinary person, how could it possibly wholeheartedly assist him like this? Back then, at first glance, it discovered that it was actually unable to see through Indra's background. It had to be known that it followed the ancient emperor of the underworld. The emperor of the underworld had a divine ability called the reincarnation eye. It was extremely powerful and could see through the past lives of living beings at a glance. It could detect its foundation. It could understand its origin. It was extremely magical. Unless it was a peerless expert, even a venerable couldn't escape the range of the reincarnation eye. However, it couldn't see through Di Shitian's past and present lives. All it could see was a mysterious fault. The reincarnation of his past life was strangely distorted, as if everything had been erased. It was as if he had never been reincarnated at all. When it looked at his present life, it was even stranger. What it could see in front of him was a kind of chaos. It was a kind of strange chaotic color, and no information could be seen from it. It could be said that his fate was immediately unfathomable by the way of heaven. It was full of infinite variables and impossible to predict. With variables, there would be countless opportunities. Therefore, Ming recognized Di Shitian at first sight and had been assisting him wholeheartedly until now. Huangquan, not to mention dark, when he saw the underworld jade water that ran through the underworld prison, the shock in Sakra's heart was no less than that of dark. The description of the underworld appeared in his mind: Huangquan River, also known as Huangquan's Purgatory River. Huangquan's Holy River. As long as any creature fell into the river, its body would instantly corrode and its divine soul would fall into the river forever. It would suffer endless torment and pain in Huangquan's Holy River. No matter how powerful you were, you couldn't escape the fate of never being reincarnated. Moreover, you couldn't fly on the river. You couldn't even float on a goose feather. The clear water in the river was also known as the weak water. The essence of it could be condensed into the water of forgetfulness. Meng Po Tang. It could be said to be the most magical holy river in the world. Huang Quan's holy river had just been born, but at the moment of its birth, Di Shitian clearly felt that a magical power emerged from his eyes of heaven's punishment in an instant. This power emerged from Huang Quan's holy river and gathered in an instant, forming a mysterious restriction in the eyes of heaven's punishment. At the moment when the restriction was formed, the eyes of heaven's punishment also sublimated and transformed at the same time. The divine light of heaven's punishment, which had been shooting out, instantly retracted back into the eyes. All the divine light was restrained in an instant. He closed his eyes and closed them. All of his imposing aura was also withdrawn. That vast and majestic aura also disappeared without a trace. There was still a purple mark between his eyebrows. My goodness, the innate divine restriction, it's actually an innate divine restriction formed by Huang Quan's power. What on earth is this eye? It can evolve into an innate divine restriction. That's an innate divine restriction that only innate spirit treasures can have. One innate divine restriction is enough to make it step into the boundary of innate spirit treasures. This eyes of heaven's punishment is actually comparable to an innate spirit treasure. Ming was shocked again. This time, he was frightened. It was an innate divine restriction, an innate divine restriction. It was not some T restriction. It was born and evolved from the innate. One had to know that there were countless restrictions in the world. However, the innate divine restriction, the supreme restriction among the restrictions, was not something that could be bestowed by anyone. It was something that was born from the primal chaos and was naturally born. This kind of innate divine restriction was something that not even a peerless expert could bestow. But no matter what kind of weapon it was, once it had an innate divine restriction, it would be an innate spirit treasure. Innate spirit treasures were divided into 3 grades: high, middle, and low. Among them, low-grade innate spirit treasures only had 1 innate divine restriction, and each additional innate divine restriction would increase its grade. Once there were 3 innate divine restrictions, it would be a high-grade innate spirit treasure, 4 innate spirit treasures, and 5 innate cardinal treasures. 9 was the limit. Among cardinal treasures, once there were 9 innate divine restrictions, it would be the top cardinal treasures. Such cardinal treasures had incredible power, and no one had ever heard of them being owned by anyone. Di Shitian's eyes of heaven's punishment had given birth to an innate divine restriction. What did this mean? It meant that this divine eye was comparable to an innate spirit treasure. After Ming explained it, Sakura came to an understanding. Only now did he know what sort of inconceivable benefits he'd obtained, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed in his heart. At the same time, he felt that a large amount of information was crazily pouring into his mind from the divine eye, and he quickly absorbed it. After absorbing it, Di Shitian was amazed by the power of the eyes of heaven's punishment. After the divine eye evolved, the heavenly punishment divine eye gained a new ability: annihilation. The eyes of heaven's punishment could be said to be heaven-defying, and its power was immeasurable. They were soul capture. It could forcibly take the divine soul out of the body and imprison it in the divine eye's infernal prison. This ability could be said to ignore any target. Illusion breaker. It could see through all illusions, such as fog, enchantments, restrictions, and illusions. Nothing could stop the divine eye's prying. It could see through everything, and even the information stored in jade slips could be clearly seen. It was extremely mysterious. The boundary between yin and yang was like nothingness. It could see through the yin and yang realms. It was like a fiery golden essence. There was nowhere to hide. Divine punishment. When the divine light brushed past, one's cultivation would be instantly reduced. Moreover, it was not only the cultivation in the body that was reduced, but also the cultivation of the Tao and one's understanding of the realm. If one wanted to recover, it would not be easy. One would have to cultivate again. This was the legendary heaven locking gate, falling to the mortal world. Annihilation. It was an ability obtained from Huang Quan's power after the formation of the innate divine restriction. This kind of annihilation annihilated the physical body. When the divine light brushed past, the physical body would collapse and turn into dust. It would be completely annihilated. The physical body was equally important to any expert. If the physical body was destroyed, it would be almost impossible to climb to the peak again. It was extremely difficult. Itinerant immortals were like this. It was because they lost their physical body that they had to go through 9 heavenly tribulations. Each tribulation was heavier than the previous one. Each of the 4 abilities was extremely terrifying and heaven-defying. All of them were gathered in the Divine Punishment Eye. One could imagine how powerful the Divine Punishment Eye was. Haha. Di, you can't do anything to me. You want to take my divine soul? Dream on. Do you dare to hurt my physical body? The Divine Punishment Eye disappeared, and the pressure on Elder Feng's body was instantly relieved. Although he was a little shocked, he could not help but calm down when he thought of the mind fixation pearl on his body. He immediately thought that Di Qing did not have the ability to do anything to him. He could not help but clamor again. However, his body was continuously retreating. He quickly retreated toward Li Qing, the itinerant immortal. He was really a little scared. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. I support the author. I support the original reading. Chapter 484. Boom. 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 Di Shitian's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Suddenly, the void in front of him trembled violently, as if it could not withstand the strong pressure. He stared coldly at Elder Feng and said, "Humph. Do you really think you can stop me with a mere mind fixation pearl? If I say I want you to die, you will definitely die. If I say I want to take away your divine soul, I will definitely take it away." His domineering and powerful voice resounded through the sky. He hated this guy who had taken over his mother's body to the core. How could he allow him to escape? The divine eye of heavenly punishment, which had been closed, opened once again. A beam of purple divine light that was even denser than before instantly shot out from the eye. It was silent and did not even touch space. It directly broke through space and instantly landed on Elder Feng. Divine eye of heaven's punishment, soul absorption. He used the soul absorption again. This time, the divine eye of heaven's punishment had evolved. In an instant, the power of the divine eye of heaven's punishment had increased by more than 10 times. The power of the divine eye of heaven's punishment had become even stronger. If he had not evolved, he would have had a chance to take away the divine souls of immortal realm and earth immortals. However, he would not have been able to break through the power of the composed pearl. Now, the divine eye of heaven's punishment could even take away the divine souls of heaven immortals and celestial kings and drag them into the infernal prison. It was extremely powerful. Of course, if he really used it to that extent, the consumption of his own body would be unimaginable. When it landed on Elder Feng felt that the composed pearl on his body suddenly trembled violently. It was as if it had been attacked countless times in an instant. Poof! With a soft sound, the miraculous mind fixation pearl was no match for the power of the divine eye. The clear light that came from the pearl was instantly extinguished, and the divine light on the surface of the mind fixation pearl became extremely dim. Although the composed pearl was magical, how could it block the divine eye of heaven's punishment that had given birth to an innate divine restriction? He was severely injured on the spot. Without the protection of the composed pearl, the soul absorption power of the divine eye of heaven's punishment instantly enveloped Elder Feng's divine soul completely. Elder Feng had no control over the situation at all. His spirit was being pulled out of his body uncontrollably. Elder Feng's soul was slowly being pulled out of the white tiger's body. Judging from his expression, he was still struggling in pain. Looking at the loose immortal Li Qing, he begged for help in horror. "Uncle Master Li, please save me. How terrifying. This star of slaughter is too terrifying. Even my divine soul can be directly extracted." Li Qing had long seen all of this. After seeing Di Shitian's various inconceivable methods, the fear in his heart had reached an incomparable height. The more it was like this, the stronger the killing intent in his heart became. No, we can't let him continue to grow. He's already so terrifying now. If we wait another 2 years, he might grow to an even more terrifying level in the future. He had to be killed. He definitely couldn't give him the chance to grow. They were mortal enemies. He stole his mother's body. This kind of enmity can't be erased unless one side is annihilated. The more he thought about it, the more the killing intent in Li Qing's heart soared. A dark green jade ruler appeared in his hand. On the surface of the ruler, there were countless mysterious engravings that emitted bursts of green light. Once the ruler appeared, a powerful aura was emitted from the ruler. On the ruler's body, there were countless arcs of green lightning flickering like flowing water. Inside the ruler's body, there were streaks of lightning. That was the pressure emitted by the divine thunder. Demon, you dare to hurt my thousand beasts sect's disciple. Die for me. Li Qing waved his long sleeves, and a vigorous aura appeared on his body. The aura of a second tribulation loose immortal suddenly burst out completely. Under the contrast of this aura, his body constantly grew taller, and his power was awe-inspiring. With a wave of his hand, the green ruler in his hand instantly flew up. With a flash of the wind in the air, it rapidly grew bigger and became a few dozen feet in size. Then, it smashed towards Sakra's head by a foot. At the same time, the green light on the ruler burst out. Rumble. Thunderous booms resounded. Countless green thunderbolts, as thick as buckets, circled around the green ruler and fell like raindrops. In an instant, the area within a radius of 1,000 feet turned into a world of thunderbolts. Each thunderbolt contained a vast amount of power. Even an earthly immortal would not be able to withstand the thunderbolts. His body would suffer great damage if he was hit by one of these thunderbolts. Rumble. 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 Li Qing saw it very clearly. The heaven's punishment divine light that was released by Sakra could even detain the divine soul in the body. His other treasure was the mystic beast treasure archive. The mystic beasts inside were all demonic beasts' demonic souls after they died. If these demonic souls were released and all of them were absorbed by that divine light, wouldn't he die an unjust death? Rumble. 10,000 bolts of lightning struck. Instantly, it resounded through the sky. Di Shitian only raised his head and glanced above him. He quickly activated the divine light. A powerful force wrapped around Elder Feng and pulled him into the divine eye. No. Elder Feng let out a blood-curdling scream. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop it. In the blink of an eye, he fell into the nether prison in the divine eye. A second tribulation loose celestial? Mage, even if you are an immortal today, this king will still beat you down to the mortal world. Di Shitian roared. He glanced at the tens of thousands of lightning bolts that were whizzing down from above and ignored them. He directly sat down on the soaring sky throne below him. As soon as he sat down, a dense emperor's aura immediately enveloped the entire area. It was as if he was the heavens. He was the ruler of this world. The lightning came crashing down, but before it could get close to Di Shitian, a golden light rose up from the throne, blocking the lightning like a canopy or a giant umbrella. All the lightning bolts were blocked when they landed on it, only leaving ripples on it. The soaring sky throne didn't even tremble. At this moment, Di Shitian, who had advanced from the heavenly punishment divine eye, was boundless and unstoppable. He had used countless precious treasures to refine the cloud-reaching throne. There were as many restrictions as there were stars in the sky. The throne was the symbol of the emperor. Even the divine lightning couldn't fall. Mother. Di Shitian carefully sent White Tiger into the heavenly punishment divine eye. When the battle was over, he would think of a way to wake her primordial spirit. Jiu Yuanchen, where is my younger brother? Di Shitian roared at Jiu Yuanchen, who was already filled with fear. He had found his mother, but there was still no sign of his younger brother. Even the bloodline connection couldn't be found here. There were only two possibilities. Either he wasn't here at all, or he was already. The killing intent in his heart was like a hurricane. His cold gaze swept towards Li Qing. The heavenly punishment divine eye flashed with divine light and shot out at a terrifying speed. The killing intent in his heart erupted uncontrollably. Kill. 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 Today, everyone in the Thousand Beasts sect will die. The one surnamed Feng just now was the first. He dared to possess my mother. This king will make sure that he will never be able to ascend. Next, it's you. Li Qing. Di Shitian saw Jiu Yuanshan's pale face when he heard his question, and his heart turned even colder. Obviously, his younger brother was either dead or had been sold. Either way, they all deserved to die. They all deserved to be executed. Today, blood would flow like a river here. Starting from you, this king will kill all the people of the Thousand Beasts sect one by one. Their souls will be imprisoned in Huangquan and they will be tortured countless times every day. They will never be able to ascend. Although Di Shitian's words weren't loud, the killing intent, domineering, and cold in his words made all the cultivators who heard it feel cold in their hearts. Hihi, I will entertain them well. In the nether prison, at this moment, Ming was watching with relish as Elder Feng's soul was tied to a large bronze pillar by iron chains. Inside the bronze pillar, there was burning red charcoal, burning the bronze pillar until it was incomparably red. When the soul was tied up, it was burned on the spot and screamed continuously. This was the punishment of being burned. His calamity wouldn't disappear so easily. He would slowly enjoy the 18 levels of purgatory one by one. Finally, he would be sent to Huangquan and suffer endless torture and pain every day. He would never be able to ascend. Heavenly punishment, divine light, heavenly punishment. Di Shitian was a man of his word. He said that he would beat Li Qing down from the immortal realm, so he must beat him down. Seeing the tens of thousands of lightning bolts above his head, he didn't care about them at all. The Emperor's aura rose from the throne and condensed into a magical canopy to block all evil. The heavenly punishment divine eye between his brows opened again. This time, it was the most terrifying heavenly punishment. The divine light burst out like lightning, brushing straight towards Li Qing. Humph, I am an itinerant immortal. No matter how powerful you are, you can't do anything to me. Today, I will let you know my domain. Although Li Qing was very afraid of Di Shitian's combat strength, he still didn't believe that a mere demon king, an ant that he could easily suppress, could turn the tables around. However, when he saw the heavenly punishment divine light, he was very afraid. He wanted to dodge, but he found that he was completely locked by the divine light. Now that it was brushing over, he couldn't even dodge. He couldn't help but sneer. Since I can't dodge, I will fight with you and see who is more powerful. With a thought, rolling thunderclouds appeared above his head and quickly spread out. In the blink of an eye, it covered an area of 1,000 feet. In this area, countless terrifying lightning bolts flashed crazily between heaven and earth like a storm, turning into terrifying fierce beasts, all of which were formed by lightning. In this area, the whole heaven and earth turned into a domain of lightning. It was isolated from the outside world. A divine light, a domain. If the two collided, what kind of scene would that be? To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 485. A domain was formed by the comprehension of a strong person and the realization of a lifetime. It was formed by the primordial purple light and the power of creation. Every type of domain was one of the most powerful techniques in the hands of every practitioner. Domains were also divided into different grades. They were divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Among them, the yellow grade was the type that manifested outside the body, like Ao Chen's sword domain. Once it was displayed, he stood among thousands of swords, and the world of the sword tomb appeared outside his body. There were thousands of swords dancing, and the sword aura was boundless, destroying the void. This type of domain was the lowest grade. It was formed not long ago and had not been strengthened or transformed. When used against enemies, it could not be separated from one's body, and it could be easily destroyed. Even so, Those who could form a domain were strong people in the tribulation realm. Against strong people in the immortal realm who had not formed a domain, they could fight evenly. It could be seen that the importance of a domain was enough to allow one to challenge people of a higher level. The next grade was the black grade. The black grade domain was different. The black grade domain was formed by condensing the scattered domain into an object and condensing it into a shape. For example, Di Shetien condensed a virtual illusory realm map. Although the condensed form was very illusory, its power was multiplied, becoming more condensed and sharp. Moreover, it could be separated from one's body and launched an attack on the enemy. It was unlike the yellow grade, which could only form a domain in a circle around one's body. The earth grade domain condensed the illusory form into a substance, just like a real body. It could be both illusory and real. It was extremely difficult to break through such a domain. Once one was enveloped in such a domain, it was almost impossible for people of the same level to break through. It always had very mysterious abilities. It could also absorb the power of the same origin to strengthen the domain. For example, the sword domain could absorb the sword aura in the void and gather it in the sword domain to form powerful battle swords. As for the heaven grade domain, it was beyond the reach of ordinary people. It required one to have a small world, an inner world, and integrate one's domain into the inner world, becoming the supreme law of that inner world. Its power was endless. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for someone without an inner world to push their domain to the heaven grade. Looking at Li Qingshi's domain, there were all kinds of thunderbolts in the domain. Most of them were the 5 elements divine thunderbolts. The 5 elements divine thunderbolts were shuttling back and forth in the domain. Whether it was divine thunderbolts or yin thunderbolts, they were constantly evolving. It was like a world of thunderbolts. In the sky above the thunderbolt, there was an unusually illusory picture. Countless lightning bolts shuttled back and forth in the diagram, emitting a vast aura. Clearly, this domain had reached the peak of the yellow grade and was about to condense into the mysterious grade at any time. This was his 5 elements lightning domain. In an instant, his body was enveloped in his domain, blocking in front of him. Any attack that wanted to touch him would have to first break through his domain. However, the heavenly punishment divine light swept past and came crashing down. When it came into contact with the domain, under the divine light, the lightning in the domain strangely stopped in an instant, as if it had seen its ancestor. The divine light easily passed through the domain, as if the domain was illusory, as if it was normal, and swept through naturally. It swept towards Li Qing's head. What? How is this possible? Why can't my domain block that divine light? What kind of divine light is that? It's impossible. Why is there no reaction? When Li Qing saw this, he was about to go crazy. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't accept that his domain didn't even have the ability to block the divine light. The divine light directly entered and couldn't even block it. It felt like it was going to drown him in an instant. Break. However, seeing that the divine light was about to land on his body, although Li Qing couldn't accept it, he didn't want to be hit by the divine light. He waved the Qingxian ruler in front of him and knocked on the void, creating a crack in the space in front of him. He moved his body and was about to hide in the crack in the void. Mountain, come. With another loud roar, a jade-green mountain peak shot up into the sky from his body, blocking the heavenly punishment divine light and the sacra. Bolts of lightning shuttled back and forth on the flying mountain. It was clear that it contained a strong power of lightning. It swelled up in mid-air, turning into a mountain that was 100 feet tall. When it collided with the sacra, even the space below the mountain was shattered by the impact, erupting with a terrifying power of chaos. He threw out the flying mountain with the intention of bombarding the divine light, but more importantly, it was aimed at Di Shetien. He wanted to brutally smash him to death with the mountain. Whoosh! However, when the divine light came into contact with the flying celestial peak, it was as if it was an illusion. It directly brushed past the peak without the slightest intention of colliding with it. The divine light came too quickly. Even if Li Qing wanted to open a crack and hide inside, it was still too late. The divine light brushed past his body like lightning. No, how can this be? My cultivation, my 1,000 years of cultivation, was brushed away. What kind of sorcery is this? Li Qing saw the divine light pass through his body. He didn't even have time to dodge. He could only feel incomparably nervous. He circulated all the true yuan in his body, but strangely, when the divine light swept past his body, it didn't cause any damage. However, in an instant, he felt that his cultivation, after being brushed by the divine light, fell by 1,000 years without warning. The tyrannical power in his body was instantly reduced by 1,000 years. The understanding of heaven and earth, and the cultivation of his cultivation, were all reduced by 1,000 years in an instant. Even his cultivation, after being brushed by the divine light, strangely fell from a second tribulation scattered immortal to a first tribulation scattered immortal. He fell by a whole realm. Even his understanding disappeared. Terrifying, too terrifying. Flying mountain? Break for this king. Sakura sat upright on the soaring sky throne and coldly looked at the flying peak that was growing bigger and bigger in front of him. Judging from the might emitted from the peak, it was definitely a top-grade magic treasure. If it were to collide with a mountain, it could instantly knock down a 1,000-foot-tall peak and smash into the sea, setting off a terrifying tsunami. The lightning on the mountain could instantly blast people to smithereens. Even scattered immortals would have to avoid it. However, Di Shitian had no intention of avoiding it. He drove the soaring sky throne and fiercely crashed into it. Crash, crash, crash. Even if the sky was blocking in front of him, he would still smash a hole in it. On his body, the domineering aura of an emperor merged with the throne beneath him. It was almost indistinguishable. That kind of noble aura was unparalleled in the world. It formed a noble canopy on top of the throne. The canopy flickered with golden divine light. Thousands of divine light rays descended, protecting the entire throne. Bang! The soaring sky throne and the flying mountain violently collided. The terrifying impact instantly annihilated the surrounding space, causing the void to violently collapse. Thousands of terrifying bolts of divine lightning shot out from the flying mountain, pouring down on Di Shitian. However, they were all blocked by the canopy above his head. They landed on the canopy, causing it to constantly tremble as if on the verge of collapse. However, miraculously, the canopy began to spin. The lightning bolts that landed on the canopy were all flung away by the canopy. They landed in the surroundings and bombarded the void, causing waves of rumbling sounds. The surroundings were like purgatory. On the contrary, the divine light on the flying mountain flickered violently, dimming and brightening at times. It was abnormally terrifying. Crack! A clear sound rang out as a frightening crack appeared on the flying arrival peak. In an instant, it rapidly extended in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it densely covered the entire mountain. As the divine light dimmed, the originally swollen mountain immediately shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, its light incomparably dim. In an instant, it became the size of a palm. Countless cracks covered the mountain, it spun and flew outwards. It was actually unable to resist the soaring sky throne and had suffered heavy injuries. Capture! Di Shitian roared, his left hand pinching the air in the direction of the mountain. Immediately, a golden palm dozens of feet wide appeared out of thin air, crashing down with a bang and grabbing the mountain. No matter how the mountain struggled, it was unable to break free from the grasp of the palm. Squeezing, it swiftly returned to him. This mountain was able to withstand the impact of my soaring sky throne and not be completely destroyed. It looks like a pretty good treasure. Di Shitian caught the mountain. Thousands of cracks appeared on the mountain, but it had not been completely destroyed. It was clear that the quality of the mountain itself was pretty good. He put it away. The heavenly punishment divine eye between his brows was still flowing with a rich divine light, appearing to have infinite divine power. Demon, what kind of evil eye is that? Why did my cultivation disappear? Li Qing's eyes turned blood red as he glared at Di Shitian fiercely. The fall of his cultivation almost caused him to completely collapse. Think about it, what was the purpose of immortal cultivators in their lives? Wasn't it to increase their cultivation and become stronger? In order to resist fate, transform into immortals, climb the peak, and master the infinite power that could create clouds and rain with a flip of the hand. 1,000 years of bitter cultivation was actually beaten down in an instant. This feeling was no different from falling from the sky to the ground. Anyone would find it difficult to accept. Not only will I beat down your cultivation, but no one in your 1,000 Beasts sect will be able to escape today. You want to open the illusory door? Dream on. Deisha Tian's gaze swept across, and his expression was cold. He saw that Jiu Yuan Chen had actually sneaked into the main hall and was facing an altar. He continuously took out pieces of supreme-grade spiritual stones and placed them on the altar. Around him, there was a large group of elite disciples. All of them were looking at the altar with anticipation. In his eyes, there was a yearning for life. With what you have done to my mother, dying thousands of times is considered a mercy. You want to escape? Don't even think about escaping in front of me. I'm going to imprison your souls in the Yellow Springs. You'll never be able to transcend. Accompanied by that cold voice. Between his brows, the heavenly punishment divine eye shot out a ray of divine light again. Heavenly punishment divine eye soul capture. This time, it was no longer targeted at one person. Instead, the divine light swept from left to right, instantly sweeping across the 7 mountains in the 1,000 Beasts sect. Wherever the divine light passed, the souls of the disciples of the 1,000 Beasts sect who were fighting with the Green Phoenix sword servants were forcefully pulled out and sucked into the infernal prison along with the divine light. He wanted to destroy the 1,000 Beasts sect with a single glance. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please go to www.chidian.com and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 486. The Divine Eye of Heavenly Punishment. Every ability, when used to the limit, had incredible power. Especially after the promotion, the Divine Eye actually gave birth to an innate divine restriction, increasing the power of the Divine Eye by more than 10 times. The ability to absorb the soul was something that even the composing bead could not resist. When used to the limit, even the soul of an immortal king could be shaken. The strongest person in the 1,000 Beasts sect was only a 2 tribulation itinerant immortal, whose strength was equivalent to an earth immortal. No, he had just been hit by the divine light of heavenly punishment, which wiped out 1,000 years of cultivation and reduced him to a 1 tribulation itinerant immortal. His strength was even lower now. Under the divine eye of heavenly punishment, he couldn't escape. At this moment, as soon as the soul catcher was used, the souls of the disciples of the 1,000 Beasts sect were forcibly pulled out. How could this be? My soul, my body, Uncle Master, please save me. I don't want to die. I'm a combination realm expert. I'm going to transcend the heavenly tribulation and become a tribulation realm expert. I want to become an immortal. No. Devil, you're really a devil. Our 1,000 Beasts sect is finished. That damn divine light can't be stopped. We really can't stop it. Divine soul, where are you trying to take my divine soul? It's too vicious. It won't even let my soul go. It won't even give us a chance to reincarnate. I'll fight it out with you. Countless cultivators whose souls were taken out showed all kinds of postures in the divine light. Some were terrified, some were cursing. Some kept struggling, trying to escape. Unfortunately, in the divine light of heavenly punishment, it was impossible for them to escape. Even immortals and Buddhas were afraid of the divine light of heavenly punishment. In the blink of an eye, thousands of souls were pulled into the nether prison. Haha, good. So many souls. I really like it. I just lost 1,000,000 soul essences of savage beasts, and now I have these souls to make up for it. TSK, those screams are really wonderful music. The more souls, the better. The more souls we can fill the nether prison. Without souls, how can the nether prison show its power? When Nether saw a large number of divine souls being sucked into the nether prison one after another, he laughed crazily. His eyes sparkled as he looked at those divine souls as if he had seen the best toys. When the god souls came in, a large number of jailers would lock them up with soul fetters and throw them into different levels of purgatory. Then, they skillfully took out all kinds of torture tools to punish them. Shouts and interrogations resounded in Nether prison one after another. The wardens were interrogating their souls and extracting everything from their mouths. Cultivation techniques, secrets, they were dug out bit by bit. No. 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 Li Qing roared, and a divine light appeared under his body. He turned around and wanted to escape. When he saw the divine light of the heavenly punishment, he trembled from the bottom of his soul. He didn't dare to experience the terror of the divine light again. His first thought was to escape. However, could they escape? This divine light swept across the void, covering the entire world. Everywhere it passed, a large number of divine souls were sucked into the Nether prison. Those disciples, those outer disciples who planted spiritual plants for the Thousand Beasts sect, were all killed. Terrifying, it was too terrifying. After the divine light passed, the cultivators in the sky and on the ground fell straight down like cut straws. It seemed that there was a kind of nameless fear spreading in the air. The divine light came to Li Qing's side and swept over his body. Immediately, Li Qing felt an irresistible force binding his body and pulling him into the divine light. Individual immortals didn't have flesh and blood. His whole body was pulled in just like that. No matter how violently he resisted, he couldn't change his fate at all. If he hadn't advanced, he might have been able to break through the divine light. But now, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape and was instantly sucked into the Nether prison. As soon as he entered the Nether prison, before he could look around, a blood-red dragon claw fell from the sky. It seized the dragon claw and threw it directly into Huang Quan, making him roll a few times. The divine light was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the entire Thousand Beasts sect and the 7 mountains were completely plowed. Even Jiyu Yuanshan's divine soul was unwillingly taken away when he wanted to open the illusory door of nothingness. In just a few breaths, the entire Thousand Beasts sect was annihilated. After retracting the heavenly punishment divine light, Di Shitian's face became slightly pale. Even his divine eyes were closed. In between his eyebrows, a purple scar appeared once again. The purple scar's radiance became a little dim. The heavenly punishment divine eye is indeed powerful, but this kind of consumption is too scary. Even with my current royal true power, I can only use it 3 times in a row, and my true power is almost depleted. It seems that I still have to improve my cultivation as soon as possible. His face was hidden under the mask, and outsiders couldn't see anything. Qing Xia, lead the Green Phoenix swordsman and immediately gather all the valuable things in the Thousand Beasts sect and take them away. Find their treasure vault and don't leave a single tile behind. Yes, my king. With an order, all the corpses of the disciples of the Thousand Beasts sect were quickly collected. The treasures on their bodies were stored separately. At a fast speed, they broke into the treasure vault and took away all the treasures that the sect had accumulated over thousands of years. It was like a locust swarm passing through. They really didn't leave a single thing behind. Poor. They were really poor. Di Shitian was now putting all his assets into the construction of the 1,000 Demon City. All his assets were used up. In order to build the 1,000 Demon City, the amount of materials consumed every day could be counted as a mountain. Except for some precious treasures, the rest were all used to refine divine crystals to build the 1,000 Demon City. It was really back to square one. He had become poor and destitute. Destroy a sect. With the sect's thousands of years of accumulation, it must be a huge amount of wealth. How could they let it go so easily? Immediately, Qing Xia and the others quickly searched everywhere. They were simply acting like they were 1 meter higher than the sky. Not long later, Qing Xia quickly flew from the main peak to Di Shitian. She respectfully bowed and said, "My king, the treasure vault of the 1,000 Beasts sect has been found. It is under the main hall. There are restrictions protecting it. Your subordinate is incompetent and can't break the restrictions. There is also an altar that is very mysterious. The materials used to build these houses are not ordinary. Take them all and bring them back." What restrictions? Watch me break them. And that altar, don't think that I don't know what it is. I have seen the illusory door of nothingness. It must be a passage to another world. After searching, we will kill our way into the real nest of the 1,000 beasts sect through the illusory door of nothingness. Di Shitian said ruthlessly. With a wave of his hand, a gigantic palm appeared in the void once again. It grabbed the palace, grabbed it, and pulled it out fiercely. Rumble. The entire mountain was shaking violently, emitting terrifying rumbling sounds. An incomparably huge hall was forcibly uprooted from the ground on the spot. At the same time, under the bursts of golden divine light, it shrank violently and was put into the storage ring. In an instant, on the original spot of the hall. It was as if a section was cut off in an instant. A big hole appeared. A hidden hole was revealed. On top of it, there were all kinds of restrictions, which were very powerful. Obviously, there was an extremely important secret hidden below. Treasure vault. The hidden light of treasures flashed from time to time, completely revealing its real location. It was the treasure vault. All the treasures that the 1,000 Beasts sect had plundered for thousands of years were in the treasure vault. It must be a huge amount of wealth. After seeing it, even Di Shitian was a little excited. A treasure was in front of him. Suddenly, a loud roar came from dark in his mind. Crazy Di, be careful. Quick. Dodge quickly. What a powerful pressure, what a terrifying power. A peerless expert is attacking you. In the nether prison, Dark's 2 dragon eyes flashed with a crazy look. He was so scared that his liver and guts were about to burst. He kept roaring, looking at the void above his head in fear. As soon as his voice fell, he saw a huge finger suddenly appear in the void. It came out of nowhere. On the finger, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. Around it, the space wasn't distorted, and there wasn't any terrifying phenomenon. It was merely poking down in a very ordinary manner, aiming at Sakra's head. Who wants to kill me? Others might not feel that there was anything to be afraid of, but Sakra, who was under this finger, felt that ever since that finger appeared, the space around him seemed to have been sealed in an instant. He was completely imprisoned, unable to break out and unable to escape. Under the finger, almost all of the boundless pressure landed on his body. Humph. That pressure was endless, akin to the might of the heavens. It was incomparably heavy, pressuring Sakra to the point of bending his body unceasingly, wanting to force him to his knees. You want me to kneel down? No, impossible. I only kneel to my parents. Even heaven and earth can't make me kneel. Ah. Di Shitian's face under the mask was full of arrogance and unyielding. How could he be forced to kneel down by a finger? He wanted to be the emperor, so how could he bow his head? Bang! With a rumble, Sakra sat upright on the soaring sky throne with a loud rumble. On the throne, a gorgeous and noble canopy rose up, blocking the vast heavenly might that poured down in torrents. Rumble. Around the throne, the void collapsed and was completely annihilated, erupting with a terrifying destructive force. As for that finger, the speed of its descent wasn't fast. It was as though it was intentionally tormenting Sakra as it descended inch by inch. However, with every inch it descended, the pressure became even more terrifying as it continued to grow. It wanted to crush him. What was even more frightening was that this pressure only fell on his body, and there was no reaction from the outside. This level of control was enough to make him extraordinary. Who was it? Who wanted to kill him? With just a finger, he could clearly feel the aura of death. It was terrifying, too terrifying, and he couldn't resist it. Everything in front of this finger would be easily poked into powder. This was an attempt to kill him. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 487. This is an ancient giant. This is an ancient giant attacking you. You can't stop this power. With your current ability, you can't stop it at all. Damn it, you've already used the Eye of Punishment 3 times. You can't use it anymore. Who is it? Which venerable dares to attack a junior? Is he really so shameless as to bully the weak? Dark roared madly. A single finger could contain such incredible power. This was the power of an ancient giant who had reached the imperishable realm. Only venerables could possess such terrifying strength. These ancient giants had always opened their own dojos and comprehended the operation of the heavenly Tao all year round, comprehending the principles of the world. A slight squint of their eyes would be thousands of years. Why would they suddenly attack Di Shitian so ruthlessly? This was simply an attempt to kill him. Sakra was only in the realm of an ancient demon king. Even if his combat power was comparable to the immortal realm, he could even fight against a wandering immortal with his battle techniques. Once the heaven's punishment divine eyes were used, immortals wouldn't be afraid. If they couldn't win, they could escape. However, compared to those ancient giants and unparalleled experts, Sakra was a demon king. However, the difference was like heaven and earth. He could not reason with them. He could really kill him with a finger. Between life and death, there was great terror. This was something that no one could avoid. Di Shitian's eyes showed traces of madness, but his heart was unprecedentedly calm. He knew that at this moment, any begging for mercy would be in vain. He could only rely on himself to seize a chance of survival in this situation of certain death. He shouted coldly, "Seven sins demonic zither, earth spirit pearl, immovable as a mountain, unparalleled defense. Wood spirit pearl, keep me alive. Tiger soul, emperor way of the extreme emperor, death of gods and demons." Above his head, the seven sins demonic zither flew out and hovered above his head. Instantly, the two spirit pearls embedded on the zither, earth spirit pearl, and wood spirit pearl. The earth spirit pearl emitted a yellow divine light and quickly rushed into the yellow canopy above the Lingxiao throne. Suddenly, the divine light on the canopy increased, and a yellow halo spun on it. The boundless power of the earth was applied to the canopy, causing its defensive power to increase by dozens of times. From the wood spirit bead, countless beams of azure light fell onto the cloudy throne. Rich life force continuously surged into Di Shitian's body, protecting him from head to toe. This was especially true of his heart, where there was a mass of azure light so dense that it was almost tangible. This was not only his heart, but also the location of his cultivation base and the location of his monster abode. If he could protect it, then he would have a chance at everything. Clang. The tiger soul instantly appeared in his right hand. With a swing of the blade, all the true power in his body surged into the blade like a tide, causing the blade light to flow on the tiger soul, emitting an incomparable sharpness. His eyes were filled with unruly anger as he glared at the finger that was pressing down inch by inch. This finger pressed down so slowly, it was obvious that it wanted to humiliate him before he died. How could he let others do as they wished? Extreme Monarch Emperor Dao, death of gods and demons. Thousands of gods and demons instantly surged out. Powerful gods and demons comparable to ancient monster kings covered the heavens and earth, but in an instant, they all surged back into the tiger soul. Every time one of them returned, the aura of the tiger soul saber would instantly increase by a fraction. When thousands of gods and demons were all gathered in the tiger soul, the saber chi that burst out from the saber pierced through the rainbow. It shook the sun and the moon. The sharp saber light was so sharp that even heaven immortals could not dodge it. Catcher. The saber light spanned across thousands of feet, transforming into an incomparably huge demon saber. It slashed towards the finger as if it could split the heavens and earth. Roar. A tiger's roar shook the void once again. The sound waves of the tiger's roar surged out like a tide, mysteriously condensing into the figure of a black tiger that was thousands of feet tall. It roared as it charged forward. All kinds of attacks and defenses were executed in an instant. At this moment, under the pressure of life and death, Di Shitian released all kinds of attacks, almost breaking through one of his own limits. He reached an unprecedented peak. The terrifying attacks that erupted seemed to want to shatter the heavens and earth into dust. Complete destruction. Bam! However, these terrifying attacks that even immortals and Buddhas might not dare to face directly were like ants to that finger. As it stabbed down, the tiger soul's saber that was thousands of feet long collided with it. A faint starlight appeared on the finger, and the metallic sound of saber and sword colliding could be heard. Catcher. That finger only paused for a moment, but the thousands of feet-long saber light shattered inch by inch under the finger. It was annihilated, dispersing into thousands of saber chi. Wherever the finger landed, the saber would shatter. The surrounding space also collapsed and was annihilated, turning into a scene of great destruction. The divine tiger formed by the tiger's roar was shattered under the finger's poke. King. We'll help you. When Qing Xia and the other green phoenix swordsmen saw this scene, their phoenix eyes widened. They waved the feather swords in their hands, and the 60,000 feather swords slashed towards that finger at the same time. Streaks of green sword light slashed towards the finger like a drill. However, when the sword chi landed on the finger, it was like scratching an itch. They could not even break through the skin. It collapsed on the spot. Qing Xia, lead the green phoenix swordsman and leave immediately. Enter this void door and see your demon empress. Tell her that I will not die so easily. I will be back again. Wait for me. A wild light flashed in Di Shitian's eyes. With a roar, he casually threw a purple gold ball towards Qing Xia and the others. Bam! The ball exploded, bursting out thousands of rays of light. They quickly condensed into an illusory giant door. The space inside was twisting and changing unpredictably. It was abnormally mysterious. It was as if the door was connected to another world. It stood in mid-air. No. We will live and die with our king. When Qing Xia heard this, she shook her head stubbornly. She looked at the descending finger with determination. She waved the feather sword in her hand and was about to attack again. The green phoenix swordsmen swear to live and die with our king. The other green phoenix swordsmen all shouted. There was a hint of determination in their eyes. The green phoenix swordsmen were loyal. As long as they recognized their master, they would never change. The moment they recognized Di Shitian as their king, they had already handed all of their lives to him. They would be honored and disgraced and die. How could they betray their master at this moment? Ha 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 ha. Good. 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 What I, Di Shitian, did was not wrong. At this moment of life and death, there are still a group of subordinates who are willing to die with me. Satisfying, truly satisfying. Di Shitian glanced at Qing Xia and the others. His eyes were filled with a kind of gratification. As the saying went, it was easy to live and die together, but difficult to live and die together. He had a reason to be gratified that they still did not abandon him at this moment. He laughed a few times. His face darkened, and his majesty appeared again. He said seriously, I am still not your king. Yes. You will always be the king of the green phoenix race. We are willing to die together with King. Qing Xia led the others and knelt on one knee in front of Di Shitian. Then are you still going to listen to me? Qing Xia was silent. She was not a fool. Naturally, she could guess the meaning of those words. A strange expression flashed across her face. In the end, she spat out a word with difficulty. Yes, good. I order all the green phoenix swordsmen and any monster that wants to leave can leave through the illusory void door. Quick, quick, quick. Di Shitian looked at the finger that was not far away from him. A hint of arrogance appeared in his eyes. Yes, king. Qing Xia agreed with difficulty. She waved her hand and led all the green phoenix swordsmen into the illusory void door. The moment she turned around, a drop of tear fell to the ground. Like a line, they entered the illusory void door. Similarly, all the monsters that came out of the mountain followed them. Before Sakura left the southern barbarian lands, he asked Ming to refine the illusory door. It was connected to the Linglong treasure pagoda. Once one entered it, they would appear in the Linglong treasure pagoda when they came out. Originally, he wanted to save his mother and prevent the experts of the immortal world from obstructing him. He wanted to leave a way out just in case. He did not expect to use it at this moment. He could save Qing Xia and the others, but he could not save himself. Come. Today, I will use the numinous sky throne to fight with you. I don't believe that a mere finger can F***king stab me to death. Sakura let out a roar. The anger in his eyes was not one to be outdone. All the royal true force in his body was like a tide, crazily gushing into the numinous sky throne. Suddenly, the numinous sky throne, that kind of nobility, that kind of supreme emperor chi, surged a few times, 10 times. All the true force was not reserved. The canopy above his head became more condensed. As Di Shitian's imperial carriage, how could this numinous sky throne be ordinary? The whole material was refined with high-grade divine crystals. It was refined with meteorite divine iron, 10,000-year-old ironwood heart, 10,000-year-old warm jade, and heavenly stars. Needless to say, divine crystals were incomparably hard and magical materials that were beyond the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Not only were they luxurious, but they were also more magical and difficult to damage. Meteorite divine iron was a divine iron condensed from all the essence of a star after it fell. It could attract the power of the stars. The 10,000-year-old ironwood heart could be said to be an undying heart. When it was integrated into the throne, it seemed to have a life of its own. It automatically swallowed the essence of the sun and the moon, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen the throne. The heavenly stars were even more magical. Only half of it was integrated, and the numinous sky throne did not need to be infused with true force at all. It could fly and never fall. The speed of the throne increased countless times in an instant, and it could travel thousands of miles in a flash. Furthermore, there were pearls on the throne, water-dispelling pearls. It could travel unimpeded in water. Fire-dispelling pearls could travel through fire. Evil-dispelling pearls could not be invaded by any evil. Dust-dispelling pearls could not be tainted by any dust. In order to create this numinous sky throne, Di Shitian could be said to have used up all his resources. Then, he infused it with various restrictions, thousands of formations, countless talismans, and nourished it with the emperor's true force, turning it into an imperial carriage. Its might was so strong that it had reached the limits of what Di Shitian could do now. At this moment, the numinous sky throne's power was fully unleashed, forming a canopy. With the support of the Earth Spirit Pearl and the boundless Earth spiritual energy, the defensive power of the canopy skyrocketed. With the protection of the Wood Spirit Pearl, it could be said that the numinous sky throne had completely turned into an unbreakable tortoise shell now. If you want to know what will happen after this, please go to www.chidian.com and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 488. Boom, boom, boom. His finger suddenly fell and poked the canopy on the numinous sky throne. Instantly, a vast and unstoppable force poured down. The void under his finger was shattering. But at this moment, although the canopy was trembling violently, the dark yellow divine light on it was still blocking the top of the Sakra's head. Kai, Kai. A terrifying crisp sound rang out in the air. The surrounding space was like a piece of glass. Countless terrifying spiderweb-like cracks mysteriously appeared and spread in all directions. Then, it shattered and was destroyed. The surrounding void was completely shattered into fine powder with a single finger. Countless elements of earth, fire, water, and wind emerged from the void. The divine light on the canopy dimmed, but it was still holding on. The throne shook violently in mid-air, as if it was going to fall at any time. Terrifying. Too terrifying. This was an ancient giant, this was the terrifying strength of a venerable, unstoppable, truly unstoppable. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how one tried to block it, everything was like an illusion. Now that the finger fell, it was as if an ancient giant was impatient and wanted to poke an ant to death. There was no difference. A casual poke could have such incredible power. Thus, the strength of the ancient giants would be unimaginably strong. Lunatic Di, I can't block it, I can't block it. This was an ancient giant. Damn it, he didn't want any face, bullying the weak with the strong. This was basically trying to kill him. This time, it's really over for you. A look of horror appeared in Ming's eyes. He knew how terrifying an expert of that level was. Not to mention a finger, even a casual glance could cause the void to collapse. It was too terrifying. It's not that easy to kill me. Huangji true force, Huangji shocking world, reverse for me. So what if you're an ancient giant, you can't kill me easily. Don't even think about using a finger to humiliate me to death. Reverse. 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 Di Shitian let out a crazy roar, his eyes filled with unyielding arrogance. Crazy demon, to survive, one had to be crazy demon. Any holding back was asking for death. At this moment, Di Shitian had gone crazy. The book of the king's shocking world inside his body started to spin in a counterclockwise direction under the influence of his madness. Boom. Boom. The Royal Extreme Book of Shocking World was a very rare book. There was nothing like it. Every way it was used had been tested countless times. If it was used correctly, it could absorb desire power, absorb the power of the sky and the earth, and absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. It could increase one's cultivation at an incredible speed, making the true power in one's body extremely pure. Reverse. That was madness. If something went wrong, the demon meridians in the reverse rotation in his body would break inch by inch. Reverse was something that had never been done before. With this reversal, the demon refining cauldron, which was originally rotating clockwise, suddenly started to rotate counterclockwise. This sudden reversal caused the entire demon refining cauldron to tremble violently, as if it was going to be destroyed at any time. And in the cauldron, the fifth-rank Black Lotus started to rotate at an unprecedented speed. On the Black Lotus, there was an intense black divine light that completely enveloped the Black Lotus. A boundless Huangji true force started to rise crazily in the Black Lotus at a frightening speed. At the same time, Di Shitian's tall and sturdy body started to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. The essence of the flesh and blood in his body was disappearing continuously, turning into true force and pouring crazily into the numinous sky throne. His expression was abnormally withered. However, his eyes were still filled with an unyielding look. He would rather die standing than live kneeling. A huge amount of royal true force was continuously poured into the throne. Immediately, the imperial canopy on top of the throne shone brightly once again. The imperial canopy, which was originally trembling, once again became stable, tenaciously withstanding the attack. However, the downward momentum of the finger could not be stopped. Under the terrifying force, although the canopy did not shatter, the entire Lingxiao throne was pushed down by the finger. It fell violently to the ground, and with every inch it fell, the space below would shatter. With a rumble, the earth, fire, water, and wind would surge out. Bang! The throne was pushed to the ground, and suddenly, the ground could not support it, and it fell directly from the entrance of the treasury. At the same time, the entire main peak, under a terrifying force, roared violently. As it shook, countless terrifying cracks appeared, and in an instant, covered the entire main peak. With a loud bang, it turned into powder at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was pressed down by the finger. The numinous sky throne crashed into the treasury. This momentum did not stop, and it crazily pressed down on the ground. Di Shitian felt that the numinous sky throne seemed to be pressing down on something. In that instant, the glow of countless treasures appeared in front of him. This was truly a treasure trove. Thousands upon thousands of treasures appeared in front of him in an instant. However, all of those treasures were crushed by the terrifying power unleashed by the collision between the cloudy jade throne and the finger. Countless treasures were crushed into powder. The entire treasure trove collapsed along with it. 1,000 feet, 3,000 feet, 8,000 feet. It was pushed 80,000 feet into the ground by the finger, and a terrifying bottomless pit was blasted out. The endless force bombarded the canopy continuously. Di Shitian spat out mouthfuls of blood, and his expression became abnormally dispirited. The consequences of reversing the cultivation method were too terrifying. The demon meridians in his body were violently ruptured, and there were crisp cracking sounds. Crash! Under the bombardment of the finger, the light on the canopy dimmed, and countless cracks appeared, as if it would shatter at any time. All of a sudden, the numinous sky throne that was descending at an unbelievable speed seemed to have collided with an extremely hard object. With a loud bang, a terrifying rumble was heard. Suddenly, A simple and unadorned light of chaos rose up from under the throne. The space around the numinous sky throne suddenly distorted strangely, like ripples. When the throne landed on it, it was swept into the distorted space in an instant. At that moment, Di Shitian only felt that the power of the entire world seemed to have bombarded his body in an instant, and he was unable to resist. His body trembled violently, and he spat out a mouthful of essence blood. His body was dispirited, and he fainted on the throne. All of his consciousness had completely disappeared. He was unconscious. On the throne, the canopy shattered, and countless spatial fragments turned into spatial blades, cutting Di Shitian's body. The numinous sky throne was blasted into the spatial fragments, and the finger also stopped. There seemed to be a strange sound of bewilderment. However, the finger did not give it much thought. Just like when it appeared, it strangely retracted and completely disappeared. If it were not for the collapsed main peak, and the terrifying bottomless pit that was poked out by the finger. If everything that had happened before was revealed. In that bottomless pit, even the boiling magma under the ground violently spewed out, and the earth fire was emitted. It was very terrifying. Scenes after scenes, from Di Shitian using the Emperor's wrath to using the heavenly punishment divine eye to forcibly reduce a second tribulation scattered immortal to a first tribulation scattered immortal in one fell swoop. Not only that, but the divine light that swept over hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Thousand Beasts sect was also sucked into that strange eye. It destroyed a sect with just a glance. Then, it was even more incredible. A finger that came out of nowhere actually poked that unparalleled demon king into the ground. That terrifying scene made all the cultivators who saw it feel endless shock in their hearts. Countless tempestuous waves surged in their hearts. My goodness, terrifying, too terrifying. What kind of expert is the owner of that finger? That demon king, Di Shitian, could even kill a second tribulation scattered immortal in one stroke, but he couldn't resist that finger and was poked into the ground. Could it be that he was poked to death by that finger? What kind of powerful divine sense is that eye? I heard that in antiquity times, there was a race called the three-eyed race. They were born with 3 eyes, and one of them was upside down on their foreheads. It was said that the eye had infinite power and was very powerful. But this eye must be even more terrifying. It can even reduce one's realm and cultivation, and forcibly take one's soul out of one's body. Terrifying, too terrifying. Even the formation couldn't resist that one combat skill. Di Shitian's battle strength is at least comparable to that of immortal realm experts or even immortals. My goodness, such an expert was poked to death by a finger that came out of nowhere. It's too terrifying. The Demon Clan has really produced an extraordinary expert. In my opinion, he may not really be poked to death by that finger. He may even have a chance to escape. The Thousand Beasts sect is really gone this time. No, I heard that first-class sects often have a heavenly world as their foundation, and it's the most important forbidden area. That world is the real Thousand Beasts sect. It's not completely destroyed, but it's inevitable that its vitality will be greatly damaged. The cultivators who had witnessed what had happened immediately began to discuss and exclaim one after another. First, they were discussing whether Di Shitian could escape from that finger, and second, they were discussing the destruction of the Thousand Beasts sect. Although they didn't participate in it, they witnessed the whole process, especially the divine eye of heaven's punishment. No one would be able to forget that heaven-piercing divine light. At the same time, countless flying swords and jade talismans flew wildly in all directions like locusts. They quickly spread what they saw to their respective sects and even their relatives and friends. With the speed of information transmission in the world of immortal cultivators, what happened in the Thousand Beasts sect immediately spread to the entire world of immortal cultivators at an incredible speed. In a relatively short period of time, it spread to most areas, and there was an uproar and a lot of discussion everywhere. First, there was the appearance of the blood god's blood print robe, which annihilated several sects in succession. However, those sects weren't deep-rooted sects after all. Now, Sakra annihilated another sect. The Thousand Beasts sect was a first-rate sect and it was actually annihilated by force. This was truly inconceivable. especially the divine eye of heaven's punishment, which made countless cultivators extremely fearful. In a short time, the name Di Shitian spread across the entire continent. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 489. Brother, have you heard? There's another powerful demon king among the demon clan. He destroyed the entire Thousand Beasts sect in one fell swoop. Even the mountain gate was destroyed. It's really monstrous. TSK, that eye is really terrifying. It can forcibly absorb one's soul and knock down one's cultivation base. It's heaven-defying. It's really heaven-defying. I don't know what kind of ability it is. It can reduce one's cultivation base. It's really comparable to divine punishment. I heard that at the last moment, a finger came out of nowhere and poked Di Shitian from the sky to the ground. It directly poked a terrifying hole tens of thousands of feet deep in the ground. That scene was too terrifying. I don't know if he was directly poked to death. I also don't know which powerful existence that demon king angered. Right now, countless cultivators are rushing to the Thousand Beast sect. Let's go quickly. Maybe we can get a share of it. Even if a first-rate sect is destroyed, there should be a lot of treasures left. The news of the Thousand Beasts sect spread. With the speed of news in the cultivation world, it didn't take long for it to spread everywhere. There was a lot of discussion everywhere. A first-rate sect was an existence like Mount Tai in the cultivation world. It was destroyed just like that. This kind of thing had not happened in the past thousands of years. It was difficult not to cause a widespread impact. First, there was the blood god Shwe Ini. Now, there was another monster among the demon clan. For a time, most of the sects took this as a sign of the arrival of troubled times. And in the cultivation world, because the divine eye between Di Shitian's brows was too earth-shattering, when it was used, it was almost like the descent of heavenly punishment. Unknowingly, he was given a nickname, Heavenly Punishment Demon King. Since then, their impression of the demon clan was no longer the 8 demon kings, but the 9 demon kings. They put Di Shitian on the same level as the rock demon king and recognized his powerful strength. Let's not talk about this for now. However, at the last moment, Di Shitian opened the illusory door of illusion and forced Qing Xia to lead the Green Phoenix swordsman and a group of demon beasts into the Linglong treasure pagoda. At the same time, in the first layer of the Linglong treasure pagoda, a door appeared out of thin air. Qing Xia and the others rushed out of the door. There were many demons in the pagoda, and they immediately discovered this situation. Instantly, under whose arrangements, they temporarily settled the group of demonic beasts down and reported to the demon empress, Chen Shi. In the jade pool of the demon city, Chen Shi sat in the phoenix chariot with 2 maids standing respectfully at his sides. He had a solemn expression on his face. His eyes were fixed on Qing Xia, who was kneeling in front of him. An invisible majesty spread out. You are Qing Xia, the Green Phoenix swordsman conferred by my husband. You said that Shitian was stabbed into the ground by a finger. Chen Shi took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the waves in his heart. He calmly asked for every detail. Reporting to the demon empress, Qing Xia's words are all true. This is your subordinate's seal, please have a look. Qing Xia saw Chen Shi for the first time and was shocked by Chen Shi's stunning beauty and majesty. In her words, she did not dare to show any disrespect. She quickly took out her seal and held it forward with both hands. A maid came forward to take it and handed it to Chen Shi. The seals in the demon city were all made of divine crystals. Only Di Shitian had divine crystals. There was no force that could imitate them. This was unique. As soon as Chen Shi took it in his hand and looked at it slightly, he knew that this seal was real. He nodded and asked the maid to return the seal to Qing Xia's hand. The seal is real. In this case, from today on, you and the Green Phoenix swordsman will be stationed at the Jade Pool as the Jade Pool's internal servants. Chen Shi thought for a while and ordered. The Jade Pool and the Lingxiao Treasure Hall were the most important places in the Demon City. Among them, the jade pool was Di Shutien's and Chen Shi's bedroom. Naturally, men could not get close to it. Maids were mostly girls from the Fox clan who had transformed into human form. As for guards, now that the Green Phoenix swordsman had arrived, they could guard the jade pool. After the arrangement, Chen Shi waved his men to leave. He took out 2 lamps and saw that there was no oil in the 2 white jade lamps. However, they were able to burn out of thin air. One of the lamps was abnormally strong, while the other lamp's lamp was extremely dim, as if it could be extinguished by a gust of wind. But in the flame, there was an unyielding tenacity. It had never been completely extinguished. Instead, there was a trend of gradually brightening. Natal original spirit lamp. Chen Shi had one, Di Shutian had the other. The original spirit was connected to the lamp. If the body died, the lamp would be extinguished. If the lamp was not extinguished, the vitality would not be extinguished. Chen Shi stared at the dim lamp without blinking. The tension in his heart could not help but ease a little. He muttered to himself, the natal original spirit lamp is not extinguished. Although it is dim, there is still a strong vitality. At least there is no danger to life. But, who is the owner of that finger? He can actually force you to this extent. To be able to force you to the brink of despair with just one finger, this is the strength of those who have reached the ancient giant, the venerable level. How could Shi Tian provoke such a strong person? Chen Shi frowned slightly as she pondered to herself. Although she did not witness it with her own eyes, she could already clearly imagine just how frightening the scene was from Qing Xia's description. To be able to achieve such a great injustice, to be able to gather all the strength together without revealing a single bit, and to erupt with such a world-shaking mighty force, only those ancient giants who stood at the peak of the world were able to do so. Chen Shi frowned slightly and secretly pondered. Although she did not witness it with her own eyes, she was still able to clearly imagine just how frightening the scene was from Qing Xia's description. As long as they were willing, one finger could easily destroy a small 1,000 world. The only thing Chen Shi could not figure out was who on earth, which ancient giant would be so shameless to bully a small demon king. Humph. Chen Shi's eyes flickered with 7 colored rays of light. Inside, it seemed to contain the true meaning of an instant and eternity. She coldly snorted, every dog has its day. No matter who it is, if they were to lay their hands on Sakura today, sooner or later, there will be a day of reckoning. No matter if it was Sakura or her, they weren't the kind of people who would swallow their losses. This debt, for the time being, will be remembered and in the future, will be repaid tenfold, 100-fold. Seeing that Di Shutian's life was not in danger, although the natal spirit lamp was dim, it was slowly recovering. Obviously, at this moment, at least, he was not in a desperate situation. She believed that with his ability, as long as he was not dead, there would be a way to escape. I must be in charge of the demon city. Rat Da and the others have already spread the news, and the intelligence network has begun to be established. I believe that the construction of the demon city will be much faster. Chen Shi looked up at the sky. She knew very well that only by building the demon city, she, Di Shutian, and even the entire demon race would have a real place to base themselves. A place that could protect themselves. At this moment, what she could do was to do her best to complete the construction of this unparalleled ancient city. She prayed for Di Shutian in her heart. Her jade hand unconsciously stroked her abdomen a few times. She could clearly feel that there was a little life in her belly. A kind of motherly radiance flashed on her body. In the secular world, there was a saying that pregnancy took 10 months, but for the more powerful existence, the gestation time was often extremely long, calculated in 10 years or hundreds of years. Until now, Chen Shi's belly did not show any obvious signs of pregnancy. It still looked as perfect as before, without the slightest flaw. Since Rat Da's men spread the news, there had gradually been news gathering in the southern barbarian. Then, it was specially organized into books. Then, with the wealth from selling the spirit wine, they bought a large number of materials and secretly transported them to the southern barbarian. All of these made the construction of the demon city several times faster than before. Everything was developing in a good direction. At this moment, Di Shitian was stabbed into the ground by the finger that appeared out of nowhere. It directly penetrated through the Thousand Beast Sect's treasury and finally went tens of thousands of feet underground. He did not know what it touched, but all of a sudden, the surrounding space distorted and was swept into the space turbulence. Even the canopy formed by the cloud throne collapsed. The power of thousands of space blades formed, cutting his body, leaving countless hideous and terrible wounds. Fortunately, there was the wood spirit bead to protect his body, keeping his life force from being extinguished. It continued the life force in his body. There was also the earth spirit bead emitting divine light to protect his body and resist the invasion of space. Otherwise, if it was someone else, when their true power was exhausted and they were seriously injured, they would have fainted. In a few breaths, they would be twisted into powder by the space turbulence. Even their divine soul would dissipate. He did not know how long he had been wandering in space. Suddenly, the cloud throne under him shook, broke through the void, entered an inexplicable place, and stopped. For a long time. Bursts of pain came from his body, causing Di Shitian to wake up from his coma. He opened his eyes with difficulty and glanced around. His body moved, and the boundless pain made him groan. Where is this? I'm not dead yet. Good. Even the ancient giants can't kill me easily. Di Shitian regained consciousness, and all of a sudden, he recalled everything that had happened before in his mind. He couldn't help but want to laugh out loud, but it pulled the injuries on his body, and the intense pain made the corner of his mouth twitch a few times subconsciously. Glancing around, he found that the surroundings were hazy, as if shrouded in a mysterious smoke. There was a deathly silence everywhere. There was no sound at all. It was so quiet that it was a little scary. This is not a good place. He immediately came to a conclusion in his mind. There was a strange aura faintly permeating this place. It gave him a rather uncomfortable feeling. However, this was only a slight turn in his mind, and his mind immediately returned to his injuries. He hurriedly checked, and when he saw, the corner of his mouth could not help but reveal a trace of a bitter smile. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 490. This time, I've completely fallen. Just one finger and I've fallen to such a state. Di Shitian's face was bitter, but his heart was filled with rage. Great humiliation. This was a great humiliation. To think that he, an ancient demon king, was actually poked down by a finger and fell to such a state of near annihilation. What was this? He didn't even have the qualifications to be valued by the other party. To that person, he was like an ant. He could casually poke him to death. Although this time he escaped with his life, the price he had to pay made Di Shitian grit his teeth secretly, almost unable to bear it. Looking at his body, he saw that his black robes had become tattered and tattered. His body was riddled with wounds that still looked hideous. These wounds contained the power of space. Even with his current powerful demonic body, he was unable to heal them on his own. If not for the wood spirit bead protecting his life, just these wounds alone would have taken his life. If he didn't get rid of the power of space, even the wounds would not be able to heal. What was worse was that the reversal of the cultivation technique caused the damage to his body, which was 100 times, 1,000 times more severe. Under the investigation of his demonic consciousness, countless terrifying cracks appeared on the 4 demonic veins in his body that had already been opened. These cracks were like a spiderweb, distributed all over the demonic veins. It was as if, with just a light touch, it would immediately shatter into pieces. Once broken, to want to heal again was not a simple matter. His entire body seemed to have shrunk and shriveled up. All the flesh and blood in his body were swallowed up, leaving only his skin and bones connected together. The reversal of the cultivation technique was to turn all the flesh and blood in his body into true power. It seemed to have exhausted all the essence chi in his body. The 5th grade black lotus in the demon refining cauldron was so dim that it did not have a trace of light, becoming incomparably illusory. The black lotus that had been rotating on its own was so slow that it could not be detected. The royal true power in the Black Lotus was completely exhausted, and it was truly a great loss of vitality. Even the newly born 5th grade Black Lotus seemed to be showing signs of collapsing and disappearing. Once it collapsed, it meant that the realm would fall. This kind of situation was really like losing 90% of one's life. Only a single breath remained in his body. Lunatic DI, what are you still thinking about? Hurry up and heal your wounds. You are already on the verge of death and your demonic veins are about to break. Source of life, at this moment, only the enormous amount of life essence contained within the source of life can restore the vitality of your exhausted body. Fortunately, you have the seed of life. Otherwise, with such wounds, you won't be able to recover without hundreds of years of rest. Ming woke up, and she was shocked when she saw Chen Shi's injuries. She immediately urged Chen Shi to hurry up. The life source seed was not only a necessary treasure to catalyze the source seed of a world, but also the most precious healing treasure in this world. The life essence qi it contained was the purest and most gentle in the world. Absorbing it would not harm the body. Instead, it would nourish the flesh and blood of the body in the most gentle way, and strengthen the vitality of the body. Now, Sakra's most fundamental injury was the reversal of his technique, exhausting his own life force and turning it back into true power. His essence qi had dried up and only a strong life essence qi could replenish it. That's right. Now that everything is settled, the most important thing is to heal your injuries. Di Shitian nodded to himself. He naturally agreed with Ming's suggestion. With difficulty, he took out a dark green source of life. He directly swallowed it in his mouth. As soon as he swallowed it, he immediately felt that the source of life didn't melt immediately. Instead, as if it had a life of its own, once it entered his body, it immediately turned into a dark green flowing light and shuttled into his heart. He groaned slightly. Thump. The source of life actually fused with the heart, and the heart that was originally beating slowly and weakly actually regained a powerful vitality in an instant. It began to beat vigorously, and the powerful beating sound was like the sound of a drum. Following the beating of the heart, a sticky dark green liquid could be seen flowing through the demonic vein connected to the heart. It was amazing. The demonic veins all over his body were like dry earth after being scorched by the sun. They were covered with countless cracks and would break with a light touch. However, wherever the dark green blood flowed, the ruptured areas would greedily absorb the dark green liquid. Every time it absorbed a little, it could be seen that the cracks were rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Life essence qi. Incomparably huge and pure life essence qi. Every time the heart beat, there would be an incomparably pure life essence qi spurting out from the heart. It quickly flowed along the demonic veins to all parts of his body. Wherever it went, under the nourishment of the gentle and pure life essence qi, the cracked parts were healing at an incredible speed. It also flowed along the countless branches of the main demonic veins into the flesh and blood all over the body, nourishing the originally lifeless flesh and blood. Instantly, they saw that Sakra, who was originally all skin and bones, had his entire demonic body inflated rapidly like an inflated balloon. His muscles started to bulge under his skin like dragons. In the blink of an eye, Di Shitian's strong and burly body recovered once again. Plop, plop. Dense dark green gas spurted out from the 108,000 pores all over his body. They intertwined and quickly weaved into a large dark green cocoon outside of his body. Even the soaring sky throne was wrapped inside. In the cocoon, only the rhythmic sound of a heartbeat could be heard. Slowly, in the surroundings, traces of the power of heaven and earth and the power of desire were constantly sucked into the large cocoon by a strange force. This speed was constantly increasing as time passed. As it became faster, the area it covered also became wider. Slowly, a strange vortex formed in the air above the large cocoon. In the vortex, a huge amount of power of heaven and earth was constantly pouring into the cocoon. The large cocoon did not reject it. No matter how many there were, once they entered the cocoon, they were immediately devoured. Time continued to pass. Time passed like flowing water. In the blink of an eye, a month quietly passed by. Looking at the surrounding scenery, It was indeed as what Sakura had thought. This wasn't a good place. On the ground, there were sinister-looking skeletons that formed a layer of white bones. There were white bones everywhere. Some of them could only be seen as skeletons whose flesh and blood had melted away. Some of them were like mummies whose flesh and blood energy had been depleted. Their eyes were wide open and glowing green. It looked very eerie and terrifying. It was as if they were in hell. There were broken weapons and Dharma treasures everywhere. However, the luster on the surface had long become incomparably dim. The grey color was unusually conspicuous. Obviously, they had lost a lot of their spirituality and were all greatly damaged. The deathly stillness in the air made this place even more eerie and mysterious. It made one's heart tremble involuntarily. Whoosh! A soft sound came from the large cocoon. The originally sturdy large cocoon collapsed without any warning, turning into wisps of green silk. At the same time, the Lingxiao throne and Di Shitian that were wrapped inside were revealed. As Di Shitian breathed in and out regularly, all the green silk turned into 2 lines. They were quickly sucked into his body through his 2 nostrils. Swoosh! His closed eyes instantly opened. 2 beams of light shot out fiercely, piercing 3 feet away, stirring up the air and making a series of stimulating crisp sounds. The abundant essence chi made his body flow with a seemingly solid treasure light. He stood up and moved slightly. A series of crisp crackling sounds came from his body like beans being fried. He spat out a mouthful of turbid air. The source of life is indeed extraordinary. Not only did it heal all the injuries in my body, but it also completely made up for the hidden dangers caused by the reversal of the cultivation method. The essence chi in his body was unprecedentedly vigorous. Even the demon body was repeatedly tempered. Compared to before, it was more than 10 times stronger. I'm afraid that even if a magic treasure hit me now, it wouldn't be able to break the defense of the demon body. Di Shitian secretly felt the situation in his body and couldn't help but ponder to himself. Under the magical power of the source of life, his injuries had been completely healed. He was also able to temper his demon body again. Even his demon veins had become incomparably tough. The 5th grade Black Lotus had recovered again, and the royal true force in his body had also recovered to its peak state. Lunatic Di, don't be happy too early. You'd better take a look at where you are now. TSK, we've really hit the jackpot this time. At this moment, the meaningful voice of Ming sounded in his mind. It seemed that there was an inexplicable charm in his words. Yes. Di Shitian waved his hand and put away the soaring sky throne. He glanced around, and his expression became unusually solemn. Looking at the bones that covered the ground, he said in a deep voice, although I don't know where exactly this place is, I'm sure that it's definitely not a good place. I've only felt this kind of eerie and strange feeling in the southern barbarian land of bones. I vaguely feel a strong sense of danger. Ming, could it be that you know where this place is? Di Shitian was sensitive enough to sense the hidden meaning in Ming's words. He. Ming laughed strangely. His 2 dragon eyes scanned the surroundings, and his eyes flickered with excitement. He shouted, Lunatic Di, do you still remember that I told you about the 9 great forbidden lands on the source continent? That's right. Di Shitian nodded and said, you mentioned it before, but you only mentioned a few of them. Tongtian Tower, Forbidden Lands, Heaven's Gate Forbidden Lands, and Limitless Realm. Could it be that this is one of them? Di Shitian's heart thumped, and he vaguely had a bad feeling. The 9 great forbidden lands. Those were all forbidden lands where gods would die if they entered, and demons would fall if they entered. Could it be that I'm really unlucky enough to enter one of the 9 great forbidden lands? Di Shitian thought to himself. Although he really wanted to enter the 9 great forbidden lands, he had to enter the Heaven's Gate Forbidden Lands just to build the Demon City and obtain the 4 Heaven's Gate Forbidden Lands. But the problem was that he didn't want to enter the Forbidden Lands at this moment. With the cultivation of an ancient demon king, he didn't want to enter the Forbidden Lands. Wouldn't that be a narrow escape? However, it was clear that his premonition had come true. Ming laughed strangely and said, if I'm not wrong, this should be the most special place among the 9 great Forbidden Lands, and it's called the God's Fall Abyss. Brothers, Please help me. The weather has been cold recently, try to update in advance. Chapter 491. God's Fall Abyss. Was it one of the 9 great forbidden lands? Dark, what's so special about this place that it can actually squeeze into the 9 great forbidden lands? After Indra heard this, his eyes quickly flashed with a wisp of light. He instinctively felt that something was wrong. The 9 great forbidden lands were all different from the others and extremely dangerous. The heaven-reaching tower had an unknown number of floors. Every floor up was like ascending to the heavens. There were ferocious savage beasts everywhere. While it was possible to enter, it was extremely difficult to exit. If one were to encounter a ferocious savage beast king, one would be chased to the ends of the earth. He had experienced this personally. The Heaven Gate Forbidden Lands. There were actually 4 heaven gates, each of which was a top innate spiritual treasure. One could infer that the danger inside was definitely not lower than that of heaven-reaching tower. Otherwise, it would not have been called one of the 9 great forbidden lands. The restricted area was even more terrifying. There were boundless restrictions everywhere within it, and it was simply impossible to take a single step forward. The slightest mistake would cause one to be swept up by the countless restrictions and be blasted into bits on the spot. If one encountered a formidable divine restriction, TSK, then one would truly be consigned to eternal damnation and forever unable to ascend. Among these places, perhaps only the limitless desire realm was slightly less dangerous for the Sakra. With his ability to absorb the power of desire to form his demon meridians, if he was careful, he might be able to venture inside. As for the other places, with his current cultivation, he had never thought of them. As the saying goes, a flower planted with the intention to not bloom, but a willow planted without the intention to grow. He had deliberately put aside the matter of the 9 great forbidden lands for the future. He did not expect to accidentally fall into the God's Fall Abyss, which was also one of the 9 great forbidden lands. Not to mention it, just by hearing the 2 words perish God in this forbidden area, Sakra could feel the danger contained in it. Speaking of which, there was one thing that he did not know. The imperial heavenly treasure box in his hand was brought out of the God's Fall Abyss by Baihu back then. Hence, Baihu had been severely injured. His achievements today were also inextricably linked to the imperial heavenly treasure box. Of course it's special. Ming spoke with a slightly yearning tone. This isn't just a place of danger, it's also a place of treasure. What do you mean? Di Shitian raised his eyebrows and asked. On the origin continent, there are 9 forbidden lands. Every single one of them can drive the world crazy and cause countless experts to fall for them. All of them have carnate spirit treasures in their depths. It lured thousands of strong cultivators to risk their lives and rush forward wave after wave like moths to a flame. There were also treasures in the God's Fall Abyss. There were natural spiritual treasures. Furthermore, it is the most unique and miraculous kind in the world. Every expert yearns for it, Dark said, every expert yearns for it. Because in this abyss, there is a basin and a tree. A basin? A tree? Di Shitian muttered to himself. He couldn't understand what it meant. Basins are treasure basins, trees are money trees. Treasure basin? A money tree? Even though Di Shitian was confident that his temperament and cultivation had reached a certain level, he still couldn't help but be completely shocked. There was no other reason. It was just that these 2 things were too famous. They were so famous that they had never been seen before. In his previous life, he had never heard of the names of these 2 items. There were actually 2 carnate spirit treasures here. Just by thinking about their names, one could figure out their miraculous effects. Sure enough, Ming continued, TSK. That's right. These 2 treasures are also spirit treasures that fell from the chaos at the beginning of the world. The treasure basin can gather all the ownerless treasures and rare treasures in the world. Hanging on the money tree are all rare treasures that are hard to find in the world. This treasure basin and money tree were complementary to each other. It is said that the money tree is planted in the treasure basin. The treasures attracted by the treasure basin from all the worlds will be hung on the money tree. As he spoke, even his own saliva started to flow out of his mouth. After listening, Di Shitien's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was because of these two treasures that the Godsfall Abyss was called one of the 9 great forbidden lands. Among them, the treasure basin itself had the magical power of gathering treasures. It was entrenched in the abyss, and every 100 years, it would absorb a large number of ownerless treasures from the surrounding 3,000 small worlds and enter the abyss, directly hanging them on the money tree. Every 1,000 years, it would absorb ownerless treasures from the land of origin. Every 3,000 years, the power of the treasure basin would cover all the worlds and all the ownerless treasures would automatically fly into the basin. It was said that some lucky people had seen the treasure basin and the money tree. The treasure basin was extremely huge and contained countless rare treasures. Those that could fall into the basin were all rare treasures in the world. For example, spirit stones couldn't even enter the treasure basin. The basin was filled with the divine meteorite iron, sun and moon essence gold, star sand, fortune jade, 7 orifices exquisite stone, water-repelling pearl, dust-repelling pearl, poison-repelling pearl, gold-plated jade, ice crystal heavenly cloud silk, rainbow shadow pearl, snow cloud mother jade, heavenly soul gold, 7-color creation stone, primordial light dust, mysterious universe spirit pearl, clear soul dew, world-purifying glass jade, nether extinction crystal, chaos ice, and void silk. Wait. Endless treasures. Endless treasures. Gathered in the basin. Used as soil. There were all kinds of unimaginable treasures hanging on a money tree that was as tall as 10,000 feet. With a casual shake, the treasures that fell from the tree were enough to make any expert faint on the spot with excitement. It would be a lifelong honor to be buried by the treasures. If anyone could grab a few of the treasures in the treasure basin and the money tree, it could be said that he would immediately become rich overnight when he got out. How could such a place not attract experts from all sides, who would come one after another regardless of their lives? However, thinking about it, many people went in, but those who could really get benefits and get out safely were few and far between. Since there is a treasure basin and a money tree here, logically speaking, a large number of experts would come in, and this place could be regarded as a treasure land. How could it become one of the 9 great forbidden lands? It's easy to enter, but difficult to get out. Most of them are dead, Di Shitian said as he scanned the skeletons around. Feeling the strange aura in the air, he frowned and said, "Could it be that there are other dangers in this abyss?" He instinctively felt that something was wrong. If there was a treasure basin and a money tree, this place would have been a famous treasure hunting place. How could it become a dangerous place? There must be some inside story behind it. Of course, it's not that simple. The reason why countless experts are so afraid is that this place is not only a treasure land where countless treasures are gathered, but also a tomb. Nether's tone had become somewhat deep. Tomb. The expression in Di Shitian's eyes gradually became serious. Just by hearing these 2 words, he could clearly feel that this Godsfall Abyss was not a good place as imagined. Tombs and tombs were places where the dead were buried. How could they be used here? This place is a tomb, Ming said in a serious voice. The treasure basin is miraculous, and its might covers the entire universe. The objects it gathers treasures are not limited to those ownerless precious treasures, it also gathers countless broken divine weapons, damaged magical treasures, and damaged precious treasures. Precious treasures will be attracted to the treasure basin and the money tree to the treasure basin and the money tree. As for those broken divine weapons, magic treasures, and abandoned weapons, they will all be abandoned outside the treasure basin and the money tree. They will be scattered throughout the abyss. Therefore, this is a treasure land, and also a tomb. It is a treasure land, a tomb of treasures, and a tomb of broken divine weapons and magic treasures. No matter what kind of divine weapon or magic treasure it is, there is more or less a trace of spirituality in it. The stronger the spirituality, the higher the quality of the weapon. Usually, broken divine weapons and magic treasures will be abandoned. Divine weapons that have lost their owners will produce a kind of resentment and a kind of death intent. If 1 or 2 weapons are gathered together, it may not be a big deal. But if there are tens of thousands of weapons, hundreds of millions of weapons, and countless weapons, they will accumulate over countless years. The accumulated resentment, the killing intent of the weapon itself, the endless sadness of being abandoned, and the unyielding will of unwillingness. It will form a terrifying existence. Soldier's soul. 2 words were carefully spat out from Nether's mouth. Soldier's soul? Sakra's gaze focused, and he understood tacitly. You're saying that it's a unique existence condensed from the unyielding obsessions of countless broken divine weapons and magical treasures. How strong is the soldier's soul? Di Shitian immediately pointed at the most important point. Very strong. Ming was not joking at this moment. He said seriously, the soldier's soul is divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. The yellow grade is comparable to the ancient demon king. The black grade is comparable to the demon saint. The earth grade is comparable to the ancient giants and honorables. As for the heaven grade, it is comparable to the strongest. The demon god of the demon clan and the ancestor god of the cultivation world. As for whether there is a stronger one above the heaven grade, there is no way to know. Moreover, the soldier's soul is formed by the soul fragments of divine weapons and magic treasures. It is born to kill. Because of the resentment in its body, the soldier's soul does not want anyone to take any treasure from the God's Fall abyss. The most interesting thing is that as long as you don't take the rare treasures in the abyss, you can directly see the legendary treasure bowl and money tree as long as you are lucky. In front of the money tree, if you can resist the temptation in your heart and turn around to leave, you can leave safely. Even the soldier's soul won't be disturbed. Unfortunately, who would not be tempted in the face of so many treasures? Ming sighed with emotion. Ming, are you saying that the treasure bowl can gather any ownerless treasures in the world? Do you think it will take your body, the Book of Ming, and bring it here with you? The thoughts in Sakra's mind turned and he suddenly said, WH, what? Dark was stunned. If you have the ability, please help me subscribe. For authors, subscriptions are the source of motivation. Only with motivation can I write more and better chapters. I believe that the myriad demons will persevere under everyone's care. Chapter 492. My Main Body. Underworld Book. Underworld's 2 dragon eyes couldn't help but stare blankly after hearing this. Although it had been talking non-stop, it really didn't think about this aspect and couldn't help but be stunned. It's possible, it's really possible. Maybe my main body, the Underworld Book, was really sucked here by the treasure basin. After thinking for a while, Underworld couldn't help but become excited. It was the soul of the Underworld Book back then, but it was inexplicably tricked by someone. Not only was it sealed in the divine eye of heaven's punishment, but even the Underworld Book seemed to be torn apart page by page. The Underworld Book had 18 levels of purgatory, and each page was a level. Therefore, there were a total of 18 pages in the Underworld Book, and it was unknown how many parts it was divided into. If it was really possible, with the magic of the treasure basin, it might really be sucked into the God's Fall abyss. How could it not be excited when it thought of this? The Underworld Book was its main body. Once it could get the Underworld Book back, with the power of the Underworld Book, it could quickly recover its original strength in the shortest time possible. Once it recovered to its peak, with the power of the Underworld Book, even if it was an ancient giant or a venerable expert, it wouldn't take it seriously. How could it be like now, humiliated by being poked into the ground by a finger, and even jumped into the forbidden area of the God's Fall abyss? It would directly kill his grandma. However, after the excitement, Underworld became strangely silent. After a long silence, it said, "Lunatic DI, it's better to leave this place as soon as possible. With the power of my main body's Underworld Book, and the ability of those old farts who imprisoned me in the divine punishment, they will definitely seal my main body. The treasure basin shouldn't be able to absorb it. As long as we don't disturb the soldier souls here, it shouldn't be difficult to leave." The voice was very calm, as usual. Leave? Why the rush to leave? A meaningful look flashed in Sakra's eyes. With his willpower, It only took him a second to realize the reason why Ming suddenly changed the topic. It was none other than the fear that he would rashly touch the treasure bowl and the money tree. If there was really a book of Ming on it and he couldn't help but take it down, he would immediately be mercilessly chased by the soldier's soul. He was afraid that he would perish in this abyss. He could sense all of this, but it didn't mean that he had to shrink back. On the contrary, his curiosity towards the treasure bowl and money tree was no less than anyone else's. He said indifferently, "Since I've had the opportunity to enter the Godfall abyss, wouldn't it be a pity if I left without witnessing the glory of the treasure bowl and money tree with my own eyes?" Lunatic Di, there was an indescribable light in Dark's eyes. Both Dark and Di Shitian were intelligent people. Some words didn't need to be spoken, and they could understand it in their hearts. She didn't say much, only burying the gratitude deep in her heart. "By the way, how is my mother now?" Di Shitian's voice changed as he placed his attention on his mother White Tiger. With a thought, a purple light flashed from the purple mark between his brows. Instantly, his mother White Tiger's huge body appeared in front of him. Looking at the White Tiger mother's wings and the natural pressure that came with the awakening of a divine beast bloodline, there was a faint feeling of power without being angry. However, the feeling of unfamiliarity that Elder Feng had when he'd taken over her body had completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a strong feeling of kinship. The feeling of being connected by blood made Di Shitian feel waves of warmth in his heart. Mother, this was the aura of a mother. You don't have to worry too much about your mother. You arrived in time. When you arrived at the Thousand Beasts sect, that despicable person had only begun to take over your mother's body. He temporarily sealed your mother's soul in her sea of consciousness. Once the seal is broken, she can recover. However what? However, your mother was clearly subjected to some sinister secret technique in the Thousand Beasts sect. I've observed carefully and found that your mother's soul is filled with violent and murderous thoughts. Her original consciousness has completely fallen into a state of chaos. Her state of mind is 100 times worse than the Azure Phoenix swordsman you've subdued. When Ming spoke, there was a hint of anger in his voice. In fact, when the White Tiger was taken into the underworld prison, it had already carefully examined her and found that her consciousness was already in chaos. Her soul was filled with violent and murderous thoughts. Not to mention that her mind was not clear. Once the seal on her soul was broken and she recovered, she would immediately become the same as when she was in the Thousand Beasts sect. No matter what she saw, she would explode with a strong murderous intent. There was no rationality to speak of. The Thousand Beasts sect had raised the White Tiger for the purpose of taking over her body. They were truly ruthless to the White Tiger. They almost didn't prepare to let her recover her consciousness. This was a big problem. This seal was not broken, but it was also not broken. Putting it here, it was a little difficult. The Thousand Beasts sect. Di Shitian's eyes turned cold, and a violent murderous intent surged in his heart. He said in a cold voice, "Although the mountain gate was destroyed this time, there is obviously a world behind the Thousand Beasts sect. What was cut off was only the tip of the iceberg. A large number of tribulation stage experts in the sect have already left. In the future, if this debt is not settled, how can the hatred in my heart be appeased? The Thousand Beasts sect, I want to exterminate the Thousand Beasts sect." A strong murderous intent flashed across his face. In short, he was not finished with the Thousand Beasts sect. Unless one of them was completely exterminated, this debt was deeper than the sea and higher than the sky. When his gaze fell on the White Tiger, it became gentle. With a thought, he took her back into the divine eye of heaven's punishment. In this place, only the divine eye was the safest. It was difficult for any force to destroy it. He thought to himself, if it is only the mind that is affected and the memory is not completely erased, with the magical effect of the heart-cleansing body song, it should be useful for Mother. However, Mother's situation is 100 times more serious than Qing Xia and the others. Perhaps even the heart-cleansing body song can't completely remove the hidden danger in a short time. Now in the Godsfall abyss, it was obviously not the time to save the White Tiger. In the divine eye, Keeping her in a state of deep sleep was the only thing that could be done. Let's go. I want to see the magic of the treasure bowl and the money tree with my own eyes. With a wave of his hand, he took the numinous sky throne into his body. He looked around, but the piles of bones could not shake his mind. Tiger Soul returned to the sheath, and his right hand was always in the position where it was easiest to pull out the knife. He had changed into a clean black robe. The black hair behind his head fluttered in the wind, and his eyes swept around like lightning. Crack, crack. As he stepped on the piles of bones, the crisp sound of bones breaking continuously rang in his ears. In this quiet environment, it was especially eerie. Vaguely, it seemed that there were countless pairs of eyes silently staring at him in the dark. Unconsciously, it made his hair stand on end. It's too quiet here. Could it be that all the soldier souls in the Godsfall abyss are in deep sleep? Di Shitian said in his mind. Hihi, not everyone will come to this place. Although each of the 9 great forbidden lands is on the source continent, they are all connected to the other worlds. No matter which world it is, there will always be an entrance to it. However, those entrances are constantly changing, and it's difficult to find them. As for the soldier souls, most of the time they are in deep sleep, but once they sense that someone has touched the treasure, they will wake up. Generally speaking, it's normal for this place to be quiet. Once it becomes lively, it means that endless slaughter is about to happen. Dark side. Go away. Get out of my way. This source seed is mine. No one can take it away from me. With it, I can have a small world. Inner world. Suddenly, just as they were talking, a roar that clearly carried a crazy charm came from the southwest direction not far away. The owner of the voice seemed to have fallen into a kind of madness. TSK, TSK. Someone dares to touch the treasure of the treasure bowl and the money tree. Is it the source seed of the world? Quick, lunatic DI, go and take a look. Maybe you can see the soldier souls. Nether shouted excitedly. Good, good. He urged him to go and see what was going on. It's really a treasure bowl. It can even take the source seed of the world. What an incredible innate spiritual treasure. Sakura secretly muttered in his heart, but his feet didn't have the slightest bit of hesitation as he silently swept through the air, rushing in the direction of the sound. In the abyss, there was a strange miasma everywhere. The place that one could see was not too far away, but the terrain was not completely flat. There were ups and downs, trees, mountains, and rivers. It was just that compared to the outside world, it was quite different. Now that he had made multiple breakthroughs and reached the 4th transformation of the Yarokor realm, he had the help of the quintessence energy from the Seed of Life. His cultivation base was now more than 10 times stronger than before. As he moved, he didn't make the slightest sound as he shot forward like a bolt of lightning. As he neared, he dove into the branches of an ancient tree, where he hid behind it and peered into the distance. Hiss. With just a glance, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. A middle-aged cultivator was holding a crystal-like seed with a look of ecstasy on his face. Above his head hung a seemingly substantial painting. In the painting, a series of graceful and beautiful women were smiling as if they were alive. They flew out from the painting and condensed into a physical form with ribbons dancing around them. The middle-aged cultivator was protected in the middle. As the ribbons danced, the surrounding space twisted strangely. It was as if it had become an independent world in an instant. Domain 9 Beauty's painting. To be able to condense into a body, this domain had reached the mysterious grade. This was a powerhouse above the tribulation stage. However, this wasn't what made Sakura calm down. What really made his expression change was that soldier soul. I'm trying to write the 3rd chapter to see if I can write more. However, the weather is too cold. It's already 2 or 3 degrees below zero. My 10 fingers are frozen. I can't hold on any longer. I can't guarantee that I'll complete it, but I can only try my best. So, there's no need to keep waiting. Chapter 493. Puff, puff, puff. In the surroundings, there were countless broken swords stabbed into the ground. The shapes of the swords were strange, but most of them were incomparably dim. They emitted a desolate, deathly aura, as well as an unyielding determination to kill. Walking into this place, one's mind would be affected unconsciously. It was very strange. Judging by the appearance of these swords, no one would be willing to touch them. They were too broken. However, these swords seemed to be attracted by something in an instant. They woke up from their slumber and began to tremble violently. Strands of sword chi shot out from the swords. Within the sword chi, there was a mysterious intent. It was a pure intent to kill. Countless strands of sword chi gathered together, forming a terrifying sword chi vortex. Clang! A resounding sword sound broke the silence of the abyss. Boundless sword chi gathered in one place. When all the sword chi disappeared, an ancient blood-red sword appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Inside the sword, blood-red light was flowing, rippling in circles. It seemed that even the air around it was rippling. The strangest thing was that there were noses, eyes, and mouths on the sword. It looked like a person who was smashed flat. It sent chills down one's spine. It was as if it was a different kind of life form. This is the soldier soul. Di Shitian suppressed the shock in his heart and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Although he was quite knowledgeable, he had never thought that there would be such a strange existence in this world. This is the yellow-grade soldier soul. It can form into all kinds of weapons and treasures. It's almost the same as a real divine weapon. However, it can't be too far away from the swords. When it reaches the black grade, it can form into the shape of a human or other ferocious beasts. Don't be fooled by its strange appearance. It's quite powerful. It can move freely. The source seed of the world in that cultivator's hand must have been obtained from the abyss. It's very difficult to escape. Ming glanced at it and spoke in an unsurprised manner. Obviously, it had seen the appearance of this weapon soul since a long time ago. The world source seed is mine, no one can take it away from me. A mere soldier soul can't hurt me. I can get the treasure. I have the mandate of heaven. Myriad demons devouring souls. The middle-aged cultivator's eyes lit up when he saw the soldier's soul. He laughed maniacally and his body shook. Demonic chi billowed out from his body and condensed into ferocious skulls that pounced on the soldier's soul. The 9 beauties circled around him. Colorful ribbons fluttered in the air, covering him completely. Even the space around him was distorted. The ribbons could be soft or hard. When they were soft, they were like water, causing countless ripples in the air. When they were hard, they were like the sharpest blades, cutting countless strange cracks in the void. It was already an independent space. Clang! The soldier soul's blood-red eyes glowed with intense killing intent. When it saw the world source seed in the middle-aged cultivator's hand, it became agitated. He swung his sword forward, countless blood-red sword lights shot out in a frenzy, filling the entire void in an instant. Wherever the sword lights passed, the void trembled incessantly. The devils that emerged from the cultivators were immediately turned into dust by the sharp and terrifying sword chi. Wherever it passed, all living things were annihilated. Charred! 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 The sword rays were as fast as lightning and carried with them boundless killing intent. They were terrifyingly sharp. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the middle-aged cultivator's domain and slammed into it. Instantly, terrifying rumbling sounds rang out in the surroundings of the domain. In an instant, it was as though the entire space was trembling violently. The 9 supreme beauties within the domain immediately began to dance. Colorful ribbons fluttered in the air, emitting a mysterious energy that prevented the domain from being broken. At the same time, the blood-red sword rays were sucked into the domain and destroyed bit by bit. It seemed to be able to withstand the countless sword rays. However, the soldier soul was instantly enraged. Its entire body was wrapped in a blood-red light. It streaked across the void and pierced towards the middle-aged cultivator's heart at an incredible speed. This time, it was no longer the sword rays but the soldier soul's actual body that was attacking. Fart! Even in Sakra's eyes, he could only see a blood-red sharp light flashing past his eyes and appearing in front of the domain. In an instant, the sword pierced through the domain and broke the domain's defense. Thousands of blood-red sword lights burst out and wreaked havoc in the domain. The 9 beauties in the domain were twisted into pieces on the spot. Then, a blood-red light pierced through the middle-aged cultivator's heart. Even the demonic robe he was wearing was instantly torn apart. A fist-sized hole appeared where his heart was. It went from his chest all the way to his back. The middle-aged cultivator's maniacal laughter came to a halt. His eyes went blank and his body stiffened as he fell to the ground. One sword to break all laws. Di Shitien's eyes narrowed. With the power of the heavenly punishment divine eye, he could clearly see every movement of the soldier soul. Concise. It was incomparably concise. Any attack in front of the soldier soul seemed to be the most insignificant. Under the sword, it would break. 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 No matter how many techniques you have, I only need to wave my sword to break them all. Sharpness. It was a sword of slaughter that was unstoppable and indomitable. It was a sword of slaughter that contained only the most basic of essences. It used the simplest method to carry out slaughter. This was power. This was a sword Tao of slaughter. The soldier soul's attack was like the legendary technique that only sword cultivators at the peak of their cultivation could comprehend. There was nothing fancy about it. The domain was broken by the sword. The defensive Dharma artifact was pierced by the sword. Even the body and the primordial spirit within it were completely crushed. They couldn't be more dead. The soldier's soul was simply a weapon of slaughter. Crash. After the soldier soul killed the cultivator, its body mysteriously dissipated into countless sword chi and returned to the broken battle swords. The battle swords on the ground also calmed down. However, the sense of death it exuded was still quite strong. It looked very strange. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would have thought that such a terrifying soldier soul would appear here and kill a tribulation-passing cultivator in an instant. Whoosh. Lunatic Di, look. At this moment, there was a crisp sound in front of him. He quickly looked over and saw that the source seed of the world that was in the middle-aged cultivator's hand was shining with a sparkling light after he died. It escaped to the center of the Godfall abyss. It seemed to be pulled by a strange force. This is the treasure basin absorbing the treasure. Once the middle-aged cultivator died, the source seed would be taken back to the treasure basin without an owner. If we follow it, we'll definitely find the treasure basin and the money tree. Di Shitien's eyes flashed. He immediately understood. No, I suspect that it's time for the treasure basin to absorb the treasures without an owner every 3,000 years. If that's the case, there must be countless experts inside and outside the Godfall abyss, waiting for the moment when the treasure basin takes all the treasures in the universe. While Ming was talking, he suddenly thought of a possibility. A strange look appeared in his eyes. Quick, quick, lunatic Di, take that cultivator's divine soul into the infernal prison. There should be a trace of his divine soul left in his body. Maybe we can find out the general situation from him. The soldier soul's attack was too terrifying. The way it attacked was the kind of method that could break all techniques with one sword. When thousands of sword chi attacked his body, it had already crushed his divine soul. However, the shattered divine soul shouldn't dissipate immediately. Indra didn't hesitate and faced the corpse that had fallen on the ground. The purple mark between his eyebrows flashed and landed on the corpse. Suddenly, an incomparably illusory remnant soul was forcefully pulled out from the corpse. Take. With a soft cry, the divine soul didn't resist at all. It immediately flew into the divine eye of punishment. Soul search. More than half of the divine soul was broken. It was so illusory that it looked like it would disappear at any time. There was no power left. As soon as Ming entered the infernal prison, he immediately used the soul search art. In a moment, his expression became somewhat grave. TSK, lunatic Di, we've hit the jackpot this time. I was right. This is indeed the million treasures crimson tide that occurs once every 3,000 years. What's the million treasures crimson tide? Di Shitian raised an eyebrow, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. Every 100 years, the treasure basin will absorb unowned treasures nearby. Every 1,000 years, its power will envelop the land of origin. Every 3,000 years, the The power of the treasure basin will cover all the worlds. Every 3,000 years, the treasures drawn by the power of the treasure basin will be as vast as the ocean. It's like a tide of treasures rolling. What surges inside is not a tide, but countless rare treasures. Such a day has come again. In the God's Fall abyss, any treasure that falls into the treasure basin or the money tree will be contaminated by the aura of the two natural spirit treasures. Therefore, no matter who it is, as long as they take the treasure from the treasure basin or the money tree and leave, they will alarm the soldier soul. They will be hunted down almost unstoppably. The only chance to obtain treasures from the God's Fall abyss is the time every 100, 1,000, or 3,000 years. At that time, the treasures that were attracted from the universe did not fall into the treasure bowl or the money tree. Therefore, they were not contaminated by their auras. Even if they obtained the treasures, there was a great chance that they would be able to leave without alarming the soldiers. It's a grand occasion. No wonder all the cultivators above the tribulation transcendence level in the world of cultivators have left their sects. They're all looking for the entrance to the God's Fall abyss. They're waiting for the arrival of the million treasures crimson tide. That's crazy. They gathered the power of the entire world of cultivators to set up the carnate yin-yang dust formation to stabilize the God's Fall abyss. Oh my God! While reading the cultivator's memories, Dark suddenly screamed without a care for his image. He looked like he was about to jump up and down. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please go to www.chidyen.com. There are more chapters. I support the author, and I support the original readers. Chapter 494. The God's Fall abyss is always moving. It hides in the void. Every time it moves, the entrance changes. Only those who are really lucky can enter it. It's not fixed at any place. It's extremely difficult to calculate the fate of the heavens. Even if a peerless expert wants to enter, he or she would have to use their divine consciousness to search the universe for the entrance. But this time, it's fixed. The carnate yin-yang dust formation. Oh my God, this is an ancient formation. Once it's used, it can turn into a golden bridge and fix the void. But it requires the Tai Chi diagram as the eye of the formation. Fixing the fallen god abyss. My God, this is an unprecedented amount of money. Who is it? Who is so bold? Aren't they afraid of angering the heaven-level soldier soul in the abyss? Dark was about to go crazy. Its two dragon eyes were flashing with insanity. Crazy, they're F*King crazy. They even dared to fix the fallen god abyss. This wasn't normal madness. They are indeed crazy. Di Shitien's eyes glittered and all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. He suddenly said, they fixed the fallen god abyss. If I'm not wrong, it must be because of the million treasures red tide. The crimson tide contained countless rare treasures that had drifted down from all over the universe. Their purpose must have been for the treasures that were almost as huge as a tsunami. If they can get those treasures, it'll be a huge fortune. Think about it, the treasures that came like a tsunami. How much wealth would that be? Even a peerless powerhouse would be crushed to death by it. There were as many treasures as a tsunami. Just imagining it in one's mind was enough to make people completely crazy. If anyone could obtain it, they would immediately become the richest person in the entire universe. Then, if he wanted to establish a force or a sect, he would definitely have a meteoric rise and reach the heavens in a single bound. This time, the entire world of cultivators was trying to get the rare treasures that should have been sucked into the fallen god abyss. Once they got it, the entire world of cultivators would rise to the top. Countless overlords would be born and they would have endless resources. How could this be an ordinary thing? This was an important matter that would last for thousands of years. No wonder the immortal cultivators would immediately leave once they reached the tribulation stage. It turns out that they were all doing this earth-shattering thing. No wonder they would compromise with us demons and sign an agreement for the immortal demon competition to release most of the demons. It turns out that all their energy is on this million treasures crimson tide. Di Shitian had many things that he could not understand in the past, but at this moment, it was as if the clouds had parted to reveal the bright moon. The 8 demon kings, each of them was a huge force. With the heavenly thunder platform and the purple thunder rain secret technique, the number of demons behind each demon king would definitely increase by several times. If all of them gathered together, it would not be a problem to enter the God's Fall abyss together. At that time, not only would he do a favor, but he would also be able to spread his name among the demon clan. The whole demon clan would become strong. That was the real strength. He knew that he could not swallow such a big cake alone. Dark, when will the million treasure red tide begin? Di Shitian's figure shuttled through the air as fast as lightning, returning the way he came. The million treasure red tide usually takes 9 months to brew. It shouldn't take that long now, but at least 5 to 6 months. Nether said after a brief estimation. 6 months. That should be enough. Di Shitian thought for a while and nodded. Not long after, he returned to the area where he was healing. Looking at the grey miasma around him, divine light flashed between his eyebrows. He opened the heavenly punishment divine eye and used the divine eye to break through illusions. He instantly found the weakest point of the abyss space and split open a crack with the tiger soul. He squeezed into the crack and sat upright on the throne. Void travel. The thousands of spatial fragments were all blocked by the canopy formed by the throne. The Wan Show sect. The market at the foot of the mountain was crowded with people. It was more lively than some immortal cultivation cities. The place was big enough to accommodate millions of people. There were all kinds of businesses. Speaking of which, I personally witnessed the Tian Fa Demon King coming to seek revenge. TSK, how is that a demon king? He is even more powerful than a greater demon. You guys don't know, but when he used his tiger soul saber to display a supreme battle skill, he actually condensed an emperor. He held a jade seal in his hand, and when the jade seal smashed down, it broke the grand defensive formation. Even individual immortals didn't dare to block his attack. In my opinion, the demon king of Tianfa's strength must be the top among the 8 demon kings. Isn't that so? That eye is also very powerful. I've never heard of any divine ability that could cause one's cultivation to drop along with one's cultivation. If one were to encounter others, it would be fine if one were to be heavily injured. However, if one were to cause one's cultivation to drop as well, that would be too terrifying. I don't know if the demon king of Tianfa is dead or alive now. That day, he was stabbed into the ground by a finger. He must have angered some powerful expert. In the restaurants in the market, all kinds of discussions still revolved around the annihilation of a sect that happened here some time ago. Everyone was very interested. Until now, it had not cooled down. In one of the private rooms in the restaurant, a young man with a handsome appearance that was somewhat demonic sat alone. He continuously poured cup after cup of aged wine into his mouth. A faint evil aura hung at the corner of his mouth. His long and slender fingers were extremely white. However, there was a head of long blood-red hair behind his head. On the blood-red hair, there was a faint blood-red light flowing, and there were countless fierce souls roaring inside. It moved without wind, like a layer of blood-red waves drifting up and down. He listened attentively to the various discussions around him. Interesting, really interesting. I remember that among the peerless experts who destroyed my divine soul, the most were from the demon clan. However, the demon clan also lost many experts. If I didn't have a backup plan and sent a blood god's seed into the sky-reaching tower as a precaution, I might have been killed by those lunatics of the demon clan. TSK. Although the demon clan could resist my demon god clan, I didn't expect that they would be defeated by a group of ants from the human clan. It's really interesting. The demon clan has declined. Let's see what the human clan can do to stop the next calamity. The blood-haired young man laughed mockingly. His eyes were filled with blood-red light as he said, "To be able to knock down your cultivation, this eye is rather interesting. His name is Sakra. It seems like this god really has no choice but to meet you. Let's see if the demon clan has really declined completely." He shook the wine in his cup, and it turned blood-red. He drank it all in one gulp. "Sir, the wine you wanted is here." The door of the private room was pushed open, and a cultivator dressed as a waiter walked in with wine. However, before he could see clearly, he saw a blood-red light suddenly pass through his body. Then, he didn't know anything. The blood of the creatures on the purple-gold continent is far more fragrant than that of my hometown. It's really delicious. The blood-red-haired young man had already walked out of the door, and the waiter had mysteriously disappeared. On the ground, a blood-red strand of hair flew through the air and landed behind his head, becoming one of the strands of hair. On a mountain not far from the Thousand Beasts sect, Di Shetien, dressed in a black robe, carried the tiger soul on his back and looked around. When he saw the destroyed sect, a cold light flashed in his eyes. It's a pity that the finger fell and destroyed the illusory door leading to the Thousand Beasts realm. Otherwise, he glanced around and didn't stay here for long. He summoned the Lingxiao throne and sat on it. He withdrew his aura and hid in the void, and rushed to the southern wilderness as quickly as possible. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.